Good morning. This is the Santa Barbara County Planning Commission meeting for September 7, 2022. Our chairman is Michael Cooney, but he's not the chair today, and I'm not Michael Cooney. He is enjoying himself somewhere, I hope. I hope you are. And so I am John Park, the vice chair, and I will be chairing the meeting today. My lack of formal attire is not intended to offend anybody. I had surgery a week and a half ago, and I'm supposed to wear the least restrictive clothing possible. So that's why I don't look like I'm taking you all seriously, but we are taking you seriously, believe me. So let's go ahead, Mr. Villalobos, and have our requisite announcements. Oh, we'll start with the pledge, that's right. Please join me. Do the North County version. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And now for the announcements.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning to the Commission. Planning Commission hearings are televised live on County Santa Barbara Television, CSB TV, Channel 20 at 9 a.m. in the South Coast, Lompoc, Salinas Valley, Santa Maria, and Orchid areas. Rebroadcast of Planning Commission hearings are on Fridays after 5 p.m. on CSB TV, Channel 20. Today's hearing will also be streamed live on the county's website and will be available for download in a day or two. Moving on to the roll call, Commissioner Bradley.
Here.
Commissioner Farini.
Here.
Commissioner Martinez, I believe, is just running a little late.
He's right
there's
there.
there. Oh, very good.
A dramatic entrance.
Commissioner Cooney, who's joining us remotely.
Do you hear me?
I can now.
We can.
Excellent. And our acting chair, John Park.
Here.
Thank you.
All right, may we have our agenda status report, Mr. Wilson?
Good morning, Chair, Vice Chair, all the commissioners. Welcome. I was going to go down the list of titles, but ran out of energy there.
It's okay.
So in regards to the status of our agenda today, we had 2 items on the standard agenda. However, staff was advised yesterday that the first item, the appeal of the Crown Castle project, the applicant has withdrawn that. There's a memo, I believe, that has been placed on the dais for you to review. There was an email sent out yesterday. So that project, when we get to the standard agenda, there'll be recommended motions in the memo as far as acknowledging the withdrawal of the application, and then we can move forward. So in essence, then we only have one item to take action on, which is appeal of the Roots Cannabis Storefront Retail on the standard agenda. And staff and the applicant and appellants are ready to present on that item today. So I can move to the projection report, Mr.
Yes,
Chair, if
please
you'd
do.
like. So looking at the projection report, our next scheduled hearing is on September 14th. There's one item projected at this point, and that is a Santa Maria location in the hearing room in Santa Maria. And then moving further down in the month, in September 28th, we do have 3 items projected on that date. We have the Buell Flat Rock Company Deep Mine Reclamation Plan that's coming back for final approval after review from the state. Then we have the appeal of the Sedaris Detached Garage that was continued to that date. And then we have an appeal of the Old College Ranch Cannabis Cultivation project on that date. And that is a Santa Barbara hearing location. And then moving to the 1st of October, October 5th, we have one item, which is an appeal of a cannabis cultivation in Carpinteria area, and that's the Santa Barbara location. Nothing projected in October 12th, and then moving down to October 19th. Sorry. October 19th is not you, that's Montecito Planning Commission. Just seeing if you're following along. I'm trying to get used to paper. I've been doing this online for so long. Then October 26th, at our last hearing, we did cancel that. So October will be your fall break, and then we'll get back to business in beginning of November. November 2nd, we will have the, we've tentatively put the Key Site 17 housing project on that site on that day. And then we have the Highway 101 widening project, which is segment 4D, which goes through Montecito. And then we have an appeal of a garage conversion that's listed on that date. And that is a Santa Barbara hearing location. And then moving down to November 9th, nothing projected, and December 7th, nothing projected at this point, but then we do have something on December 14th, which is we've got a placeholder for the Highway 101 widening project in the event that the Planning Commission asks staff to do some further research and come back with questions. So we have that as a placeholder. So that concludes the projection report, Mr. Chair.
Well, very good. Now's the time for public comment. Do we have any speaker slips for public comment? Guess we'll find out. These, I think, are all for one of our items, our only remaining item. Do you have anyone on the call or Zoom, Mr. Villalobos, for public comment? And public comment, to remind everyone, is for comment on planning-type issues, I hope, that are not on today's agenda.
Mr. Chair, I didn't have anyone sign up for anything that's not on our standard agenda, but as always, I'd like to give people the opportunity. If you'd like to speak, just raise your hand and I will call on you. And I'm not seeing any hands.
Well, then let's move on to our planning commissioners' informational reports. Do any of my fellow commissioners want to render a report to us? Okay. Then let's move on to the director's report. Director Plowman. What's our
morning.
board been up to? What have you been up to? What's happening in the world?
It's hot.
Yes.
I didn't know if you noticed. It's nice to be here in person with you all.
Well, it was 111 in Los Olivos when I left the meeting yesterday.
Right?
yeah.
So this is a good room to be.
Yeah,
Today.
you're right.
So things, we haven't had a lot happen since last week. The board didn't meet this week, so I don't have an extensive director's report. But I did want to announce that there is the American Planning Association Conference this year, and it's in Anaheim. And that happens from October 2nd to October 4th. It's mostly focused on planning professionals, but they do have some sessions for planning commissioners. So I just wanted to make sure that you were aware that it was happening, and it was a possibility if you were interested in attending. The only other items I have to share are future board items, and that is the house cell track map that we spoke about last week. It was continued to 9/20, so the board will be considering that. As we indicated, there is a question mark about commitment for water, and so there's an effort right now by the applicant to secure that, and if they can by the 20th, then the board will take action. If not, we'll have to continue it or remove it from the agenda and reschedule it when they're ready to go. And then we have the appeal by the applicant of the Valley Crest project. That's going to be heard by the board on the 4th of October. And then we have Nahui Farms appeal, which will be heard on November 1st.
Okay.
And I think that's all I have.
So let me ask you something that doesn't relate to what you just told us.
Sure.
And if you're comfortable answering it now, fine. If you'd like to wait till next week, that's fine too. I know we have some housing things coming up in general in front of the Planning Commission. I'm not sure exactly what they are. I know Wood Consulting is working on an EIR in the housing element or something, and we have other stuff. If you could just give us a general overview of what we're going to face, say, in the next 6 months relating to housing in general, I'd like to hear it. And is that something you feel comfortable talking about now, or do you like to wait till next week?
Mr. Chair, I'm happy to talk about it in general. Are they not on the projection report? Okay, so.
Yeah, I don't need the dates, it's just
Yeah.
a general idea, because it kind of
Correct.
tells me what to study and think about.
Yeah, no, I'm happy to share that. So there's a couple things that'll be coming from long-range planning. on your agenda, and one of them is the housing element. And basically, we, as a county, decided to process our housing element in 2 steps. The first step is preparing the element, identifying a broad range of sites to rezone, because we have quite a large number of housing units that have been assigned to the county by SBCAG and through the state, or from the state through SBCAG. And so our strategy is to identify a number of sites that have the potential to be rezoned to meet those numbers in that first, and the HCD requires that you do that. And that gives the planning commission and the board options on what properties would be upzoned and which ones would not. And so that will come first. I have a message from our deputy. So that will come first, and there will be an EIR prepared for that.
So
And
when will that be roughly?
They don't have tentative dates yet, but it'll probably be year end or beginning of next year.
Okay,
So it's a little ways out.
yeah.
And then following that, we'll be submitting that housing element to the state, but we're going to be continuing to work on the rezones. So we've got these parallel tracks because we only are going to be able to have a year to complete those rezones. So we have these parallel tracks, and the actual action on rezones will come as a second step.
And so that's something that'll come in front of us kind of throughout the year next year?
Yep, that's correct.
Okay.
That's correct.
Now, I know that both houses in our legislature have passed a bill, or is it 2 bills? I can't remember. I think maybe it's 2 bills that work together that essentially require allowing residential housing in non-residential, commercial, and office and so forth
Correct.
zones.
Yep.
Will that play into what our county is doing?
And absolutely, it's a very good question. So the state was kind of in sync with one of the expansion projects that we got from the Board of Supervisors this year through LRP, and that was to overhaul our residential multifamily zone district and our commercial zone districts so that we can make way for other increased housing opportunities in those areas. And so that will kind of work together. We are going to be starting our work on an ordinance amendment before the end of the year in planning and development, but it will complement what the state is moving towards, which is trying to increase the housing opportunities in those commercial zone districts.
Well, if we're kind of doing what the state says has to happen.
Yeah.
Or did the governor sign that bill yet? Do you know?
You know what? I'd have to check.
Yeah.
I'll have to
yeah.
double check.
Well, anyway, if we're going in that direction, is it worthwhile for us to have a little presentation on that new law or not? What do you think?
Let me talk with Dan Clement about it, and then it's not a bad idea.
Yeah, I think if we
Yeah.
had, even a
Yeah.
5-10 minute presentation on these
Yeah,
things,
yeah.
it's really helpful.
I mean, we certainly could schedule something for some of just to brief you on a broader range of legislative bills that are moving forward. I mean, it's a constant stream
It
of
is.
legislation from Sacramento related to housing.
Well, and what I always like to hear about is, and what difference has it made? Like we had
Sure.
SB 9 last year and so
Sure.
forth. And I don't know if we're having applications on that or
So-
what's going on.
And I can inform the commission that we have had 4 applications
Yeah.
from SB 9
Well,
since
then-
January.
That's probably good. You find a time to schedule a little presentation on new
Yeah, yeah.
legislation, and then
Sure.
we can have a discussion of what's happening on old things. I
Yep.
remember, just by way of example, we spent multiple hearings on the agricultural dwelling, agricultural dwelling units, employees, whatever, however all those words come together.
Right.
And I thought it was a very significant ordinance, and
Farm
I
worker housing.
recalled asking, okay, how many permits have been pulled? And Jesse Steele's answer was 1. So,
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I think what we have learned after that, just as for information, is that sewer services or septic services for any kind of project of scale has been very challenging for the agricultural community. And so it's an area that we need to work on with environmental health and try and figure out how to accommodate those demands in an area where you might not have sewer service, right?
I've heard precisely that
Yeah.
from agricultural landowners when I raise the issue I often do about, why don't we have more housing on your properties for your workers? And they
Yeah.
raise that issue. Okay, well, I don't mean to wander off on all that today. We have another topic, but this will help prepare us for the future.
Certainly.
All right, I
right,
think
thank
we're
you.
ready for our standard agenda, are we not? Yeah. Okay, Mr. Villalobos, could you read in our first item?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. The following is a hearing on the request to consider the following two appeals. On the request of Crown Castle Fiber LLC to consider 21 APL 59, and on the request of C. Dave Galligan to consider 21 APL 72, an appeal of the Planning and Development Director's decision to approve the development plan case number 21 DVP 3, and for the Crown Castle, it was an appeal of Board of Architecture review decision on 21 BAR 19, and to determine the project is exempt from the provisions of CEQA pursuant to State CEQA section guideline section 15303.
Well, my guess is that our audience here today is not here for that project, but nevertheless, somebody ought to tell us what's going on here. So who wants to tell us?
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, we do, as I mentioned before, we did have a withdrawal of the application from the applicant. And then we do have the project planner and Mr. Connor here, as well as the Deputy Director, Mr. Seawards. So I'll let them walk through the memo and the recommended motions today.
Very good.
Mr. Seawards?
Good morning, Commissioners. We just got an email yesterday from the representative. They are withdrawing the entire project. We tried to follow up and get additional details, but unfortunately, after all the work that was done, they did withdraw at the last minute. So that's about the extent of the information I have for you.
And since they're withdrawing the project, that means neither appeal goes forward.
It's
right?
rendered moot, and the project goes away.
So do we need any motions on this?
I think we had a memo for you this morning. I think you just need to acknowledge the withdrawal.
Is
So,
that-
Mr. Chair, I'd be willing to make that motion. It's in our memo on the dais today as the second district commissioner.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
And Mr. Chair, before we vote, I just wanted to make sure that we ask for public comment in case anyone that is here.
Yes.
So if there's anyone here for public comment remotely, raise your hand or rise if you're here in the room.
Yeah, any public comment on this motion here? Looks like no.
Not seeing.
Very good. Any need for deliberations from any of my fellow commissioners?
Do we need me to read what's in the memo? Okay, I think we can move along with that because we've all read that. It's posted online, so.
Okay. And can you go, we don't need a roll call vote. No, we
Oh,
do.
we do, because Commissioner
Mr.
Cooney is-
Cooney, yes. Okay, well, will you conduct the roll call vote?
All right. Commissioner, we'll start with Commissioner Cooney.
Aye.
Commissioner Bridley.
Aye.
Commissioner Farini.
Aye.
Commissioner Martinez.
Aye.
Chair Park.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay. I'm just curious, Mr. Dario, will there be any feedback to Crown Castle? Any back and forth?
Feedback in terms of,
Well, I'll tell you what I'm getting at, is Crown Castle comes in front of us all the time, right? And so they know how it all works. And they realize what a terrible inconvenience it is to have 5 planning commissioners read through a packet and get familiar with it, and then learn at the very last minute that that was all a waste of their time. Of course, I'm not speaking for myself, I'm just speaking for the other commissioners.
Commissioners, I'm happy to give that message.
To remind them.
Yes, I'm happy to do that.
Okay, well, thank you. Shall we go on to item number 2?
Mr. Chair,
Oh,
can I just
yes.
add on to that? Because
Yes,
we have withdrawals at the last minute. Crown Castle is a problem. I mean, for me personally, because I spent a lot of time on that report, but also all of them. You know, everything that is withdrawn in 48 hours before the hearing, if they think that we haven't put on all the time, not so much the commissioners, but what it takes for staff to do it. And I realize that applicants are charged, you know, on a per hour basis for the time that it takes to get there. But it's for the public and everything. Has the county ever thought about a withdrawal fee? I mean, as long as we're charging applicants on a per hour basis to process the case, how about a withdrawal fee? Because it concerns me that there's all this effort, and as much as there's negotiations up to the very last minute, and I think they were successful in many cases, you know, I guess it's just the way government is, or has anyone ever thought of that?
Well, it's an excellent suggestion. And let's move to item 2. I don't know unless somebody
Just
else wants to say
real
something
quick.
else. Yes,
I
Commissioner
don't-
Freeney.
I wouldn't be able to support that. I don't think we should get punitive with applicants. They go through a great deal of effort and time, as does staff, to accommodate that. But it's all paid for by the applicant, so sorry for the inconvenience. but-
No, that's okay. It's just that I'm not sure that everybody understands how much time is wasted on that kind of move. And so, okay, just thought
Yeah,
I'd
I
ask.
think that was a good point. It's not just the commissioners, it's the public and of course our staff. All right, very good. Now we'll move to item number 2.
All right, the following is a hearing on the request of the appellant preserve access at Santa Claus Lane Beach to consider case number 22 APL 15, an appeal of the zoning administrator's approval of case number 21 CDH 29.
Do we have any ex parte disclosures of contacts from our commissioners? Commissioner Bridley.
So several months ago, I actually had a site visit with the applicant, Ms. Radis, and also her team members, Mr. Armendariz and Mr. Higgins, and the 2 operators for the site. And then over the weekend, I actually met with Dr. Kent, the appellant, and I also have had several email conversations, but no meeting with Ms. Zimmer, Dr. Kent's representative. And the topics covered during that on my site visit with the applicant was really just walking the property, walking inside the facility, looking at the parking area, talking about some of their materials that are all in the packet today. And then the meeting with Dr. Kent also talked about some of the points he's raised in the appeal, as well as, you know, just the neighborhood ambiance of Santa Claus Lane.
Well, thank you. And who wants to go next? No, I want you to go, then I won't have to say as much because I was with you the whole time.
Okay. Commissioner
It's a chair's
Parkin
prerogative.
and I went last Monday, did a site visit. We met with Dr. and Mrs. Kent, and we kind of walked the whole commercial development area there, spoke with, and I didn't get the names of the other parties, but both the surf shop owners made themselves available. It was really like walking a neighborhood, different people coming up and talking to us about letting their feelings be known of their opposition. Then last Wednesday, here in this meeting room, we met with Jay Higgins, Joe Armendariz, Mr. and Mrs. Radis, and Luis Castanedas, all part of the applicant team.
Well done. And that's my ex parte disclosures too, because Commissioner Freeney was my chauffeur last week when I was under driving restrictions. And so everything he did, I did, although he was more conscious than I was at the time. Anyone else? Mr. Cooney or Mr. Martinez?
Yes, I'll go, if I can go right now. Yes, last Wednesday after our commission meeting, I had the opportunity to meet and go to actually on-site. I met with Dr. Kent, and then I was able to walk through Dr. Kent took me through the site itself, and was able to make communications with one of the surf shop owners. Dr. Kent gave me this information, but I can't log onto my computer and get it, so that's what I was struggling here. And I also had the chance to meet with the gentleman who owns the Italian restaurant there. He just had a couple of things to say, but was able to at least discuss the project in detail and his concerns regarding the project. Immediately after meeting with Dr. Kent, I was able to meet with the applicants, and that was both Pat and Mary Radis, as well as Mr. Armendariz, Mr. Higgins, and Mr. Casanidis at the site. Was able to go into the site itself, look at the parking lot, and have discussions regarding the entire project, including the next door rental. And that was the extent of my communications. Of course, there was email, texts to get me there and setting the time, but that was all that those texts were about. That's the extent of my ex parte communications.
Very good. That's a lot of work.
Yes.
Yes. And Commissioner Cooney, do you have something to report?
I do, Mr. Chair. Thank you. I initially had a telephone conversation with Dr. Kent to arrange a site visit, which took place on July 22, where I met with Drs. Kent and Rick Lowe, and we did pretty much the same thing, it sounds like other commissioners did, in terms of touring the area to get an idea of just the location of the proposed site of the cannabis retail shop in relation to several of the other businesses along Santa Claus Lane. Of course, had a front row view of the construction that is underway on the bike path and other items, the sewer replacement. It was pretty messy. On August 17th, I had a meeting that ended up being in my office with counsel for the appellants, Jana Zimmer. That lasted just under an hour. My next ex parte communication was with the applicant. That was yesterday. This was by Zoom, and members of the applicant team who were present were Jay Higgins, Tina Frentato, Luis Castaneda, Ms. Radis, and her husband was present, Pat Radis, for a short time. Joe Armendariz was on for a short time. And although he was listed as a participant, Dennis Bozanich was not present. Those were my communications.
Very good. Okay, the next thing we'll do is our staff presentation. Before we do that, I'm going to spend just a minute talking about timing, because there's a lot of people in the audience. We have a lot of speaker slips, and I'm sure we have a lot of folks signed up for Zoom. Is that correct? So I want the public to have some understanding of how that'll all work. First, we'll have the staff presentation. Then we'll have a presentation from the appellant and then from the applicant. I've told both the appellant team and the applicant's team that each of those teams will have a total of 30 minutes to present, and that includes their rebuttal time. So presumably they'll spend, say, 20, 25 minutes, or wisely they will, and save it for rebuttal. So we'll probably go about an hour from now between staff report and those two presentations. Then we'll take a break. If somehow this is going on too long, I'll take a break anyway. And then will be time for questions of the of staff. From the commissioners, I would suggest we keep those somewhat brief and save a lot of those for later, after the public's spoken and after the rebuttals have come in. But I do think there will be a lot of questions of staff on this one. So for those of you that are members of the public that want to speak, it's probably going to start around 10:30, 10:45, something like that. Okay, well, let's go ahead with the staff report.
Mr. Chair, could I interrupt just for 1 second? In terms of my participation, I do have a raised hand feature. I'm not sure if you can see it. Would you prefer that I just butt in and say I have something when I do? But I can go any way that the chair sees fit.
I like the butt-in proposal, because I'm so sick of Zoom and raising hands and trying to figure out how to do it on each computer and so forth. And I would just love it. You just barge in. We'll make it work. That's how we talk anyway, isn't it? Yeah, sure it is. Okay, but thank you for bringing that up. All right, now to our staff report.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the commission. I'm Steve Connor, and I'll be presenting the appeal of Roots Cannabis Storefront Retail Project. Next slide, please. Here's a vicinity map to orient you to the project site. As you can see in this aerial image, the existing property and structure is located near the eastern end of Santa Claus Lane in a commercial area south of Highway 101. Next slide, please. Before your commission today is an appeal of the project by Preserve Access at Santa Claus Lane Beach. The project is a request to allow a change in tenant for an existing commercial retail space. Cannabis retail is a principally permitted use in the C1 zone district. The existing structure was permitted and constructed.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Connor, sorry.
Yes.
Once again, we're having some technical difficulties. So they're not getting the feed for the Zoom. So we just give them a second to wrap the wire again so we can go live. So if we could take a couple minute break.
Okay.
To get the audio visual together.
Let's take a 10-minute break. was good. Alrighty, we're ready to go back on camera or whatever back on we go on to. So let's see if Mr. Connor wants to resume.
Chair and Commissioners, I think it might be easier if we could just start at the beginning.
I think that makes sense.
Start at the top, and then we'll go from there.
Sure, whatever you're comfortable with.
Okay. Good morning again, Mr. Chair and members of the commission. I'm Steve Connor, and I'll be presenting the appeal of the Roots Cannabis Storefront Retail Project. Next slide, please. There we go. Here's a vicinity map to orient you to the project site. As you see in this aerial image, the existing property and structure is located near the eastern end of Santa Claus Lane in a commercial area south of Highway 101. Next slide. Before your commission today is an appeal of the project by Preserve Access at Santa Claus Lane Beach. The project is a request to allow a change in tenant for an existing commercial retail space. Cannabis retail is a principally permitted use in the C1 zone district. The existing structure was permitted and constructed in 1964. It was historically used for commercial retail uses. There are current leases on the property that include an architect's office and a clothing store. The CDH was approved by the zoning administrator on May 23rd, 2022, and the approval of the CDH was appealed on May 31st, 2022. Next slide, please. Cannabis business licenses are regulated pursuant to Chapter 50 of the County Code and are separate from the land use entitlement process. Each cannabis site is required to obtain a cannabis business license following approval of land use entitlements and prior to operating within the county. Chapter 50 limits the number of cannabis storefront retail licenses to no more than one in each of 6 community plan areas. The site selection process completed by the County Executive Office is not subject to this appeal of the CDH to the Planning Commission. Next slide. The project request is a change in use from one type of retail to another. It would be within an existing structure with minor tenant improvements, including relocation of doors and windows, accessibility upgrades, and security improvements. There will be no substantial structural changes or changes in square footage. The hours of operation will be from 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. on every day of the week. There will be 8 to 10 employees with a maximum of 5 employees on site at any given time. Next slide. Here's a proposed site plan which shows the existing commercial structure. The back parking lot will be reconfigured for 12 spaces, including 1 ADA compliant van space. The driveway gate on the east side will be relocated to better accommodate emergency access. The property owner leases the area shown in blue from the Union Pacific Railroad. As required under condition number 30, the applicant will cease all cannabis operations approved under the permit in the event the lease is terminated. This condition was added to allow ample room for circulation of vehicles. No parking is proposed within the Union Pacific lease area. The existing structure is legal non-conforming as to setbacks because it encroaches into the front yard setback from Santa Claus Lane. Next slide. This is the existing floor plan. The hashed area indicates existing retail, not part of the project. Areas to be demolished are shown in red. Next slide. Here's the proposed floor plan with the proposed cannabis retail space shown in blue. On the western portion, there will be a main retail floor, reception, lobby, security, inventory, and storage rooms. On the eastern portion, it contains office, conference, break, storage rooms, and bathrooms. Next slide, please. The first appeal issue is traffic and parking. Under appeal issue number 1, there are 3 assertions. The appellant asserts that the traffic study was narrowly focused and included inaccuracies. The appellant also claimed that a VMT analysis is required pursuant to CEQA. In response, the project traffic study was adequate and addressed the Toro Canyon Plan requirement for analysis of level of service. The initial traffic study submitted was for a different project scope. However, the current traffic study analyzes the proposed scope of the project. In regards to the appellant's claim that a VMT analysis was required, the project was reviewed under the Cannabis PEIR, which was certified prior to the requirement for a VMT analysis. The second assertion is that findings can't be made for adequate roads and public access in terms of parking deficiencies, traffic problems, and impacts to coastal access. In response, staff finds that level of service will not decrease, nor will road capacities be exceeded based on trip generation estimates in the traffic study. The parking meets Article 2 requirements for proposed and existing office and retail uses. There would be no direct impact on public access to the beach because there is no direct connection from the property to the beach. In the third assertion, the appellant claims that parking for the proposed use will not be accommodated because the Union Pacific Railroad lease is not an easement and can be terminated. In response, as mentioned previously, the code requirements will be met for parking on site, and condition number 30 requires cessation of all operations under the permit if the lease is terminated. Next slide. As shown on the table provided on this slide, under Article 2, 12 on-site parking spaces are required for all existing and proposed uses on site. Next slide. In the second appeal issue, the appellant asserts that the proposed number of customer and employee parking spaces listed in the CDH application is inconsistent with Chapter 50 business license application. The appellant also claims that a local coastal plan amendment should have been processed for the county's designation of the site. In response, the parking proposed is adequate to address the existing and proposed uses and meets code requirements. Any concerns regarding the Chapter 50 business license process are beyond the scope of this permit. Next slide, please. In the third appeal issue, the appellant asserts that the project is inconsistent with the policies listed here. In response, as discussed in length in the previous appeal issues, there will be no adverse traffic impacts. The proposed site parking will be adequate and coastal access will not be impacted. Therefore, the project is consistent with the comprehensive plan and the Coastal Act, and there are no conflicts or need for amendments. Next slide, please. In the fourth appeal issue, the appellant asserts that Surf Happens and A-frame surf camps should be considered schools, which require 750-foot setback. In response, neither surf camp meets youth center classification criteria. The camps do not take place in the referenced nearby surf shops. Camps are not permitted in the C1 zone, and the camps are on the public sandy beach area. In addition, the project will be in excess of 800 feet from the camp beach area. Next slide, please. In the fifth appeal issue, the appellant asserts that the non-conforming status of the project structures should preclude approval of the project because the change in use will impose new impacts on the surrounding area. In response, cannabis retail is a principally permitted use. The existing structure was legally permitted and built in 1964, which was prior to the coastal zoning ordinance. Therefore, the structure is legal non-conforming in regards to front setback encroachment. No additions or new structures are being proposed, and the nonconformity will not be expanded. Therefore, the structure is allowed to remain. Next slide. In the sixth issue, the appellant asserts that Santa Claus Lane is largely deserted after dark and has immediate access to Highway 101, and therefore the project has raised security concerns. In response, the applicant incorporated preliminary input from sheriff, including lighting, surveillance, and access. No security concerns were raised in review. The sheriff will review the project again prior to issuance of a business license. Next slide. In the seventh appeal issue, the appellant asserts that Santa Claus Lane is a small family-oriented area and cannabis operations are not a compatible use. The appellant also claims that cannabis was banned within EDRNs in the inland areas. Therefore, there's an inconsistency that they are not allowed in the coastal zone. In response, CDP was required pursuant to coastal zoning ordinance. The ordinance does not require compatibility for a principally permitted use. The coastal zoning ordinance prohibits cannabis cultivation within EDRNs, but not cannabis retail. Next slide. In the eighth appeal issue, the appellant claims that smoking cannabis is illegal on public beaches and there will be no way to enforce for the customers. In response, the consumption of cannabis on the beach is prohibited by law and enforceable by the Sheriff's Office. Article 2 and the comprehensive plan don't contain loitering policies. Next slide, please. In the ninth appeal issue, the appellant asserts that additional SEQA review is required because of impacts to parking, safety, and circulation. In response, impacts were mitigated as analyzed in the PEIR. SEQA does not require analysis of social impacts, such as the inconvenience of parking deficit. Parking impacts are only considered when they potentially have a significant adverse impact on the environment itself. In relation to safety, the security measures and the provision of on-site circulation and parking were adequate. The project will not decrease level of service or exceed roadway capacities, and STDMP was provided. Next slide, please. In the 10th and final appeal issue, the appellant asserts that there was insufficient review under Chapter 15A, which is the Floodplain Management Ordinance. Chapter 15A requires a substantial improvement worksheet be included for evaluation by flood control staff. The worksheet was provided, and Public Works Water Resources staff found that the evidence to be adequate. The project cost was estimated to be approximately 20% of the estimated depreciated value of the property. Next slide, please. In summary, the project fully complies with all the requirements for cannabis retail in the coastal zone. This is a change in type of retail use, and cannabis retail is a principally permitted use in the C1 zone. Next slide, please. The project was reviewed and found to be within the scope of the PEIR. There's been no new substantial information presented which shows the proposed project will have one or more significant effects not discussed in the PEIR. Next slide, please. In summary, staff recommends that your commission deny the appeal, make the required findings for approval, determine the project is within the scope of the PEIR, and grant de novo approval of the project. That concludes staff's presentation, and we're available for any questions the commission might have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Connor. Do any of my fellow commissioners have questions of Mr. Connor? Do you, Mr. Cooney?
Yes, I just have one, Mr. Connor, on slide 6, that was the site plan for the project. There was a letter in the record. I hope it's in the record. I received a copy of it from a neighbor to the east, indicating that a portion of the site plan was on her property, and that she has not given any permission for that to be used. I think I can tell from your diagram that there is a property line that runs against another line. Could you just clarify what that claim is, assuming that you're familiar with it?
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, I believe I know what you're referencing. So we have received communication from a neighboring property owner about a wall that's existing on the property site. I'm not sure. There is a claim that the wall is existing on the adjacent property and not on the subject property. And so that's not actually the subject of the project today. That is an existing condition and would not require a permit from us. And so I believe that's more of a civil matter, that if there's it's not proposed, and if there's the adjacent neighbors contesting that development, if it's on their property, they would have the right to remove that.
Right, Mr. Dargill. They would, whatever the civil rights of the parties might be, my concern is for a basic issue in this case, and that has to do with traffic flow, both in front of and along the side of the building. So I'm just contemplating the possibility that some part of that access entranceway would be taken away if there was a civil dispute.
Is that all, Commissioner Cooney?
That's it. Thank you.
Okay, while we've got slide 6 up on the screen, I want to ask a question about that, Mr. Connor. My recollection is that the staff report says that there'll be 4 spaces reserved in the rear of the building for this use. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And that's 4 out of 12. Did that number come from the project description proposed by the applicant, or is it something that staff determined is appropriate?
That came from the applicant.
Okay. Right. Any questions from anybody else? Commissioner Freeney.
Thank you. Mr. Connor, so for the square footage of this project, how many parking spots are required?
I think that's slide 10.
A total of 12 would be required. As you see, there's a decimal, a fraction there. You know,
Okay.
We typically round up.
And then out front, there's 16 spaces, more or less, kind of within the lines of the building, but those are public spots, so those don't get counted, or how do you use those out front?
Those are not counted as part of the project proposal. Those are within, I believe, the public right-of-way.
Okay, that's,
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, that's correct. So any off-site parking cannot be counted towards the requirement within Article 2 to meet the parking requirements. So as you see on the screen, there's 11.62, which, as Mr. Connor said, is rounded up to 12. So the requirement for parking on site is 12 parking spaces for all uses on site, existing and proposed. So with the existing parking within the right-of-way in front along Santa Claus Lane and the streetscape changes that have been proposed and approved, those are all off-site and cannot be counted towards the Article 2 requirements.
I learned a lot. Thank you.
Okay, if we have no further questions of staff from the commissioners, let's move on to the appellant's presentation. I see Ms. Zimmer there. What do you have to tell us?
Sorry?
What do you have to tell us?
More than you want to hear, probably. Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Jana Zimmer. I'm an attorney for the appellants in this case. The project site is located in the appeals jurisdiction of the coastal zone, so the county's treatment of the unique and specific legal issues arising under the Coastal Act are of paramount importance for your commission to understand. By way of background, I practiced under the Coastal Act since 1981. I served on the Coastal Commission for 4 years, from 2011 to 2015. And I wrote a book called Navigating the California Coastal Act. I'm stating these qualifications because the fundamental flaws in your staff's presentation and in the applicant's position are Coastal Act legal issues. And so that's what I want to talk about. Slide 2, please, the PEIR. Yeah. First and foremost, you have the right and the duty to deny this dispensary outright if you find, based on the law and the evidence, that the site cannot meet the policies of the LCP and the Coastal Act. This is written in plain English in your PEIR for the cannabis program. It says where the blue arrow is, in the event the decision-making authority cannot make the requisite findings of approval to issue a coastal development permit, the application must be denied. You've been led to believe, misled I would say, that the site was selected under Chapter 50 and that is final, and that all you can do is play around with the edges of conditions. To me, that is legally wrong. Second, the county's errors under the licensing program do remain relevant to your inability to make findings, especially for the Board of Supervisors' failure and refusal to consider alternative feasible locations. Dr. Kent will detail that. Slide 3. There are a number of specific legal issues that preclude approval at this location. And let me just stop for a second. principally permitted use has a very different meaning from what has been implied by your staff. It's simply a designation for what can be appealable or not appealable to the Coastal Commission. This is a principally permitted use, but it is appealable because it is in the appeals jurisdiction. So I think it's very important that you understand that in context of this just another form of retail claim. There are a number of legal issues, as I've said. We believe we have proved that the two surf schools are legitimately use centers under the ordinance as written and as certified by the Coastal Commission. Under Section 35-144U, a dispensary cannot be approved in this location, period. If the Board of Supervisors wants a new and different definition, they have to amend their ordinance, specify it through the zoning amendment process, and get that certified by the Commission. Your staff does not get to make up new criteria ad hoc, as they have done in this case. In the coastal zone, and this is extremely important, the county must evaluate the increased intensity of use of this property. That's why this retail-to-retail thing may fly in the inland areas, but analytically and factually, it cannot fly in the coastal zone. In the coastal zone, you have to look at the ITE, the engineer's manual that is specific to cannabis. The requirement is in the definition of the Coastal Act, and you cannot treat this as retail just like any other retail. You must address the specific intensity of use for a dispensary in this unique location. The PEIR found impacts from retail to be Class 1. The county has failed to evaluate the parking, circulation, and safety issues in context of the very specific setting at relevant times and seasons to determine their impact on the public's right to access the beach and their impact on the public's use of the bike route and coastal trail. Your CEQA thresholds, which are relied on in your zoning administrator's report, refer only to peak hour trips. Peak hour trips are not very relevant to the competition for public parking that is going to occur in front of this dispensary. Your staff has confirmed that the spaces in front cannot be allocated to the dispensary. Those very spaces are going to be used by customers of the dispensary. They're going to drive off the public, and the Coastal Commission has dealt with this in numerous appeals. I've cited them in my papers, and I really hope that you take a look at those. Finally, I urge you to look at the facts specifically as to the reduction in parking in front of the shop after the streetscape improvements are complete, as presented by recipient and expert witnesses with knowledge of this site. Or you can just read Mrs. Radis's own email of July 2020. Before they entered their $12,000 a month lease for their premises with Roots, Ms. Radis was as worried about the loss of parking for the other businesses after the Streetscape project is completed as my client is. Now her lobbyists are saying everything will be fine. You should consider this self-impeaching testimony as well as their prior misrepresentations in their application submittal to evaluate the credibility of their testimony now. Next slide, please. With regard, please scroll through. Next slide. Next. Thank you. With regard to their other claims, the Radis Roots lobbyists have made at least one significant false statement that pertains directly to the county's failure to analyze alternative locations in Montecito and Summerlin, so it must be corrected. The Coastal Act mandates that you consider alternative locations, and the board simply short-circuited that process. Mr. Armandaris is sorely mistaken to claim that a C1 zone Coast Village Road site was ineligible. As you can see from the map and the assessor's page, these particular parcels are in the county. They're not in the city. The fact is that the first district supervisor arbitrarily rejected a properly zoned site in the whitest, wealthiest area of Santa Barbara County to plant this dispensary adjacent to a public beach in a family-oriented area that serves 150,000 people per year, less than 100 feet from 2 surf schools and 3 lower-cost residences, and that also serves kids from the Carpinteria Title I school. Next slide, please. This slide shows the demographic in Montecito, 85% white, 100% don't speak a foreign language in the home. Median income, $185,000. The county has not bothered to investigate the demographic of the 150,000 people who attend Santa Claus Lane Beach annually. The fact remains that to this moment, the board has ignored the will of the people in the affected area. Instead, by imposing this choice of location, the board continues to serve only and exclusively their well-heeled donors, the cultivators who seek the most convenient route to market. This flies in the face of principles of environmental justice, which must be considered in the coastal zone under AB 1616. The good news is that your commission, in the full and proper exercise of your authority, can act on the facts and consistently with the law, and we ask that you do so to deny this project. My clients will now present on the evidence on these points. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Commissioner Park, Planning Commissioners. Before I start, let me tell you our game plan. Sure. Our goal is to present my wife, Nancy Riccolo, and myself in the 20-minute period of time so that we leave 5 minutes for a rebuttal, if you can help us keep on track. Sure. I am Steve Kent. My wife and I are property owners of the building that is home to many favorite destination stores and food-serving businesses on Santa Claus Lane. We know this area. We have owned our property and have been intimately involved in everything that's happened on Santa Claus Lane for over 25 years. I have been the Property Owners Association of Santa Claus Lane president for much of that time, including currently. This has involved years of working collaboratively on issues and improvements for Santa Claus Lane. We always have focused on and always appreciated that Santa Claus Lane is a unique treasure for residents of the Santa Barbara community to come to for their recreation and their sanity. We are well aware of what would enhance the area and what would be detrimental to the area. Synergy versus dyssynergy. There can be no question we care about Santa Claus Lane. The businesses, the beachgoers, the neighborhoods, and the neighbors. We care deeply. As the appellants of this hearing, we obviously feel strongly about how and why 3823 Santa Claus Lane is an unsuitable location and the wrong place for a cannabis store. Please appreciate that we are the spokespeople, if you will, but that the vast majority of neighbors, retail business owners, and people from the surrounding communities are opposed to this location for a cannabis store. Let's talk kids. California state law mandates that cannabis stores can't be located where children could be exposed to cannabis. The law establishes a child-free protection sensitive receptor zone. It is defined as 750 feet zone, or bubble if you'd like, where a cannabis store is prohibited from being located near a place where kids congregate regularly, especially in an organized activity setting. It turns out that 3823 Santa Claus Lane, the proposed location for the cannabis store, would be sandwiched between two longstanding surf schools and shops, A-Frame Surf Shop and Surf Happens, both serving the local community for over 20 years. 100% of their campers are minors. Combined, They have over 100 kids per day, 5 days a week for 4 months of the year. That is a lot of kids. These camps bring in the many youths year after year.
Mr. Chair, I think maybe we want to advance the slides.
Oh, yes.
Oh, yes.
Thank you. So can you go to the first slide? Thank you. So this just shows the A-frame surf shop van. Thank you, Commissioner Bridley. In addition to their surf schools, they both have regular after-school lessons, including Surf Happens, which has skateboarding classes where kids often go right in front of the 3823 building where the cannabis store is being proposed. Why were these youth operations and activities denied being included as sensitive receptors? They are within 75 feet, not the required 750 feet. In fact, Surf Happens is within 7 feet of the proposed building. They both have 100% of their participants as minors, and both have organized programs and activities where kids congregate. That makes no sense to exclude them. It does not pass the sniff test. On what basis is Santa Barbara County staff choosing to exclude them? How can anyone who has spent any time on Santa Claus Lane at the beach, at the stores, or at the cafes like Padero Beach Grill with its sandboxes and family menus dispute that the entire area is inundated with kids? Next slide. Well, can you just go back? So this again shows the proximity of the surf happening area and the entry, which is the cement, the entry to the back of the Radis's property, 3823. I mean, they're like I said, they're very close. Okay, next slide. Parking is often limited and strained in the vicinity of 3823 Santa Claus Lane. This should not be disputable, although the parking and traffic on Santa Claus Lane is characterized by the applicant's traffic expert as, quote, low volume, end quote. I don't think anyone who spends much time down there would describe it as such. The Transportation Code regulations make it very clear that cannabis stores will result in significantly increased traffic volume and subsequently parking demands. There's a very specific requirement that a cannabis store provides for the increased volume on parking that they will create on site. Unfortunately, the Radis property has serious space limitations for parking spaces, and there will never be any possibility to increase the size of the parking area that is truly on their property anytime in the future. Next slide. This is in front of the building now, and as you can see, it says 3,546 square feet cannabis storefront retail. I would tell you that in different iterations of their applicant's application, that number, as well as the number of parking spaces on the property, has been a moving target, actually starting with 22 and now down to 12. Next slide. This graphic makes it clear why they are maxed out at 12 spaces. There's no room for any more. Who will be battling for these few spaces? There will be all the employees of this large, busy cannabis operation, any and all delivery vans coming for cannabis product pickups, regular cash pickups from an armored vehicle multiple times a day, at least one spot for required armed guard, and that's just the cannabis store operation. In addition, those few spaces will also be shared by all the employees from a second retail store space in the building complex of over 1,000 square feet, a separate independent architect office, and the whole Radis Electric Company, which occupies the second floor. Next slide. This is taken from their website, and it shows you their employees. I'm not claiming that they're all there 24/7, but it's a big operation. Neighborhood compatibility should be a core factor in your decision today. There is much that could be said, but I'm going to focus on 3 key questions. First, what makes Santa Claus Lane Santa Claus Lane? First and foremost, the area has always been a friendly, family-oriented, children-safe place. That's what makes us stand out. That's what makes us special. Everything there revolves around families and kids. Next slide. Santa Claus Lane is clearly a beach destination. The beach there is a spectacular beach, and the businesses are all in endorsing the beach theme and vibe. It's a special beach experience for all of those who come to Santa Claus Lane. Finally, it has a laid-back sense of rural neighborhood, which feels safe when you're there, where neighbors look out for each other. To answer the question, what makes Santa Claus Lane Santa Claus Lane, it can be most succinctly described as a special place with a long history of attracting and providing a safe environment for families and children. It is on the beach and is a popular beachside community and destination. Well, let's look at the flip side. What would a cannabis store, if located at 3823 Santa Claus Lane, as proposed, would be like? What would it add? Well, first of all, by law, it would be required to have at least one armed security guard, bulletproof darkened windows, security lighting and fences, over 40 security cameras, and armored vehicles for cash pickups throughout the day. Take a moment and picture that. As opposed to the rich children, family-oriented tradition of Santa Claus Lane, all minors would be restricted by law from being anywhere near that area. Finally, there would be no association, in theory, with the beach. As what was mentioned, cannabis products and people using cannabis products are restricted by law from this or any other beach in the state of California. Next slide. Unfortunately, those who would be partial owners of the Santa Claus Lane cannabis store seem to have a different perspective. See this promotional message from Roots and note that all those hashtags, including Carpinteria, because they think this outcome is a done deal, and beach. Maybe they didn't get the memo that cannabis products and use are illegal on the beach. This pretty much tells you all you need to know about their mindset. This spells trouble ahead. The final important question is, given the description of what makes this area unique and wonderful, in stark contrast to how a cannabis store would impact the neighborhood, How was neighborhood compatibility for 3823 Santa Claus Lane rated by the Santa Barbara County staff? Believe it or not, this location, 3823 Santa Claus Lane, was given an 8 out of a possible score of 10 on neighborhood compatibility. How is that possible? What are their criteria? I would love to hear an explanation. Once again, this does not pass the sniff test. Neighbors usually know best about their neighborhood, and the vast majority of neighbors are adamantly opposed.
This entire process has had serious oversights and flaws to get us to this point, starting with the Chapter 50 designation. The purpose was to choose an operator and a location that would be granted the ability to apply for a CDP. It was never and is not a guarantee that that permit would be granted. Since 2019, the County and Board of Supervisors led us to believe that there was meaningful community engagement process in place that would inform their decisions. The local opposition was overwhelming, almost universal. People wrote letters and added their comments to the county's online survey, thinking that our voices would matter. Clearly, they did not. We objected, we were ignored. It is incomprehensible to us that county staff continues to assert that the Chapter 50 process, flawed as it was, now preempts your authority to deny this coastal development permit. Staff has failed to address the misrepresentations made by the applicant in the process, but they're relevant. The greatest failing in this process is that the Board of Supervisors eliminated alternative C1 zone sites in our area, allegedly based on feedback from the constituents in that area. Parcels in the county in Vandenberg Village, Montecito, and Cuyama were excluded from consideration out of hand by that district supervisor. Santa Claus Lane was granted no such reprieve in spite of equally strong opposition. The issue at hand is that there were only 2 candidates in our region, and they're both located on Santa Claus Lane, literally next door to each other. The process was set up such as one of these 2 sites would be designated, but because they were next to each other, neighborhood compatibility, local opposition, conflict with the Coastal Act, all went away. There was no comparison. This was never considered whether Santa Claus Lane was even appropriate for cannabis retail. There's been much talk about outreach and community education. We received only 2 communications, one from the Radises after the designation, stating that they had won, and the next from Joe Armendariz after the zoning administrator meeting, saying there will be 6 sites in the county and 1 will be on Santa Claus Lane, implying that this was a done deal, which it decidedly is not. They knew how we and the vast majority of locals most impacted by the site all felt about having a dispensary on Santa Claus Lane and never reached out to discuss or address our concerns in a meaningful time frame. Again, our concerns and the concerns of our neighbors were ignored in the planning stage where they could have been impactful. The county is treating cannabis retail like just any other retail and ignoring the very unique impacts that cannabis retail will have on our surrounding beachfront area. We are in the coastal zone. The historical use for the Radis property has been gifts and offices, gift shops and offices. Next slide, please. Cannabis retail is anticipated to generate, next slide, generate at least 3.5 times volume and customer traffic per the Institute of Traffic Engineers. Those are high customer counts, and that's high turnover. The site demand management plan estimates 7 minutes per visit, and the number of expected customers on page 3, 28 to 38 per hour, depending on the time of day. That number of customers is huge. In addition, this will be the only dispensary from Santa Barbara to Oxnard, and that compares to sites where there's multiple stores, such as Lompoc with 13 and Port Hueneme with 9. To look at their traffic and parking data is not valid and would undoubtedly underestimate the volume and impacts involved. This is not the same as existing or, in fact, usual retail. This is a definite increase in intensity of use. If cannabis is just like any other retail, why did the county create a separate ordinance with the armed guards and the armored trucks? It is because it is not the same. The Board of Supervisors made very specific limitations on which communities could, but very importantly, not must, have a cannabis dispensary. And this is expressly different than other uses. Next slide. The cannabis ordinance allows a cannabis store in C1 zoning, but that is not the only C1 requirement. The sentence doesn't end there. They also need to be compatible with neighboring residential land use in order to protect such uses from negative impacts, including traffic. Traffic counts used to determine the existing traffic flow were obtained by off hours during weekdays and do not reflect the very unique reality of traffic congestion on the beach during much of the day, especially during weekends and the summer months. We provided evidence, it's an NDS traffic count from 2021, that showed that the 2019 ATE report used for the analysis of the Streetscape project understated traffic volumes. As previously mentioned, a cannabis dispensary would significantly increase traffic on this narrow road. There is no way to mitigate the impact of traffic due to the narrow corridor between Highway 101 and the beach. There is no way to modify the existing one lane in each direction, and the staff has refused our repeated request to get an independent full traffic study. The Streetscape project is currently underway. Mr. Armendaros repeatedly falsely asserts in his letter of September 2nd that it will be completed by late 2023. The street's currently torn up, but the main construction will start in the fall of 2023. It will take 2 years, and that puts us at the winter of 2025. That information coming from Public Works project manager. And please remember at the same time, the 101 widening is going on with on and off ramp closures as well. The result is much worsening traffic backups and a serious drop in customer access as it becomes too difficult to navigate. Add cannabis retail with its traffic demands, it'll be overwhelming because we're a single lane with a single entrance and only one way to exit at the east end. The cannabis lobbyist also boldly asserts that by mid to late 2023, the issue of traffic, circulation, parking capacity, and safe beach access will be resolved. That's not based in fact, because some parking will be severely reduced in front of the proposed cannabis site, and safe beach access with bathrooms is likely to attract more customers and beachgoers, not less. Specifically, the Streetscape project does not widen Santa Claus Lane, nor does it add additional lanes to accommodate the traffic. Lastly, security is a significant concern, especially for our neighbors, and there is essentially no law enforcement presence on Santa Claus Lane. The counter argument is always, well, you just don't like cannabis as a product, as a way to brush aside our concerns. We have very legitimate issues that deserve to be addressed, and thus far have not been. Callers will explain how they personally feel they've benefited from cannabis, but that's not the issue before you. Cannabis is widely available and can be delivered to their door. This is a land use issue. We're up against a well-funded, multi-million-dollar cannabis industry, and the county's push for expanding cannabis as a revenue source at any cost to the affected local community. This isn't easy. But in spite of that, we feel that preserving this very unique beach treasure is worth it. Thank you.
No, we don't do that here. All right. I said we would take a break at around 10:30. We took a break, an early one, so let's keep going with the applicant presentation. I think my fellow commissioners would have asked questions of Ms. Ricallo or Ms. Zimmer or Dr. Kent if they wanted to, but I don't see any lights. And did you have any questions, Commissioner Cooney, or shall we save those?
We'll save them,
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
And let's go ahead with the applicant presentation.
Mr. Chair, I'm wondering if we could do a time check on the presentation we just received in terms
5
of
minutes.
the half hour. They have 5 minutes remaining?
5 minutes of rebuttal remaining.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, Commissioners, my name is Dennis Bazanich. Some of you may know me. I spent many years working for the County of Santa Barbara, and I'm now proudly working as a lobbyist for the Radices and for this project. We are going to spend some time, we're going to only spend about 10 minutes this morning during our direct testimony on the project because, frankly, staff, the county staff, has done an amazing job documenting the various claims by the appellant about why this particular project cannot be approved. If we could go to the next slide. So here's an outline real briefly of our 10 minutes. We'd like to introduce you to the team. We'd like to give you a virtual tour of what the inside of the facility will look like at Santa Claus Lane. We will respond to two key issues that both your staff has identified and, frankly, that the appellants have also identified, one being parking and the other one the impact of a traffic demand plan that we've provided to you and to the staff. And then we're going to have a couple of requests. One is the zoning administrator did cut back a little bit on our operating hours, and out of an abundance of caution about not wanting to increase intensivity of use by shrinking the number of hours available for customers to access safe and legal cannabis, we're going to ask you to consider reopening those hours to what we had originally applied for, and we'll talk about that at the very end. And then finally, we're going to make the direct request now and at the end of our presentation and at the end of our rebuttal to deny the appeal and to grant approval of the project, just as your staff has so competently done in 31 pages of documented staff work. Can we change the slide? So let's be clear about who owns the Roots Carpinteria. Pat and Mary Radis are sitting here in the room today with their son. So the multiplier effect would be felt for employees and for neighboring businesses that a rising tide would lift all boats. This was kind of the dream scenario. And frankly, as somebody who just left county service after 20 some odd years in January of this year, this was the only kind of project that I would have signed up for because it does what we imagined would happen. Victor Sanchez is a 15% owner in this, and Victor can't be with us today, but he owns 15%. Luis Castaneda is here with us today. Luis, if you could just put your hand up if you don't mind. So Luis is the operator, will be the operator of this business. He's a 5% partner in this business. Bethuna also, and by the way, Luis also owns the Roots store in Lompoc and is working really hard to try to get Lompoc to, frankly, limit the number of cannabis retail sales locations in the city of Lompoc. Bethuna works for Higher Purpose Cannabis and it is a 5% investor in this particular project. Her store in Port Hueneme also is near the beach, and so she is keenly aware of the impacts there. And David Garcia is also a 5% owner in this project. With us today, so Beth is here. So Beth, put your hand up. There you go. Thank you. So with us also today is our support team. So Ed DiVincente has been the architect and making sure that we've been in compliance with all of the zoning regulations, all the building regulations for this particular project, and he's done a great job. Jay Higgins, you know very well. Jay is our land use consultant on this project and is helping us immensely. Scott Schell is somebody who works for ATE and is been reviewing the NYGARD traffic study that was submitted with the application. And so some of the data you'll see today on parking has been validated by Scott and his team, and if more needs to be done for a later appeal, we will make sure that that happens. Joe Armendariz is a fellow lobbyist with me, because that's evidently all we are. And so Joe, as you know, has been around for many years, advocating for many projects around economic development. I mentioned myself. And then also working with us is Tina Fanucci Frontado. She's our communications, messaging, and public relations person, and a real fun person to work with. That's the team. If we could change slides. I think it's important to note from the outset about something that the appellant said. This team, our team, is under no illusion about the fact that this permit is absolutely critical and is discretionary. There's no presumption on the applicant's part that this is a done deal. I just want to make sure that that's abundantly clear from our team's perspective. We realize that this is a discretionary permit that the county can issue or not issue. And so I just, want to say that right from the get-go. We feel no sense of entitlement at all on this. When the county set up the structure for cannabis regulations, there were two components to it, different than every other jurisdiction in the state of California. In Santa Barbara County, frankly, because we did not trust the state to enforce the regulations on the cannabis industry, we set up both a land use permitting system that really identified where cannabis-related businesses could locate and how they were to operate at those locations. The business licensing component, and for those of you who have been here, and I apologize to some of you who have been with me before, I'll point out again, the business licensing only identifies who and what kind of business they can operate. So who's operating the business and what kind of business they can operate. And in simplest terms, what we're talking about today is where this business can operate and how it's to operate when it's there. So again, I say that because our team, the owners, are under no illusion, as somehow the appellant seems to believe, about the discretionary aspect of this project. Provided some interior shots of what the fixtures and fittings and equipment will look like inside of the cannabis retail store. If you haven't been in a cannabis retail store, and I will say I have, several, many even, they're nice. They're not dark. They're not dingy. When people are walking out spending $150, $200 in their bag, which, by the way, it's important to note, is not all cash. You use credit cards. You use debit cards in this business, just like every other business. This business, like almost every other cannabis retail store that I've ever been a part of and seen and identified and examined, they have bank accounts. This is not an all-cash business. That ship sailed 3 years ago. These are businesses that take credit cards and debit cards and cash and are banked. And so the security profile that was brought forward by the appellants seems a bit foreign to what the current reality is. But these are what the stores look like. I would say they're somewhat akin to the Tiffany's store that's in Walnut Creek, near where I live. And I think they are, again, the product is all under lock and key underneath those cases. It's not stored in those cases. It's displayed in those cases. And just like any high-end jewelry store, they bring that out when you're ready to purchase it, bag it up, you pay it, and you walk out the door. But that's what the interior of Santa Claus Lane's Roots Carpinteria dispensary will look like. Change slide, please. You've seen this diagram before. I'll note the rather interesting use of the cropping tool. for this particular illustration during the appellant's presentation, they seem to have like cut it off, right after the first 12 parking spots, as if then the rest of the turning radiuses don't count. So again, the county is very prescriptive about how you can park people at your business under commercial zone. There's one parking spot required for every 500 square feet of retail, 300 for every square foot of office use. As staff had ably noted, that equals 11.62. In this case, we round up to 12. The illustration you see here before you today shows those 12 parking spaces fully within the property line, does not make use of any of the parking spaces in front in the parking right-of-way, and we will be able to provide direction to customers to say, use the parking spaces in the back, which they'll be able to do. We don't make use, in order to meet the requirement of the Land Use and Development Code, the Coastal Zoning Ordinance, we don't require the lease to continue with the Union Pacific Railroad, but it sure is nice to have, and provides for every single day that that lease is in place, provides additional parking. What wasn't mentioned by Dr. Kent is that he has and makes use of the Union Pacific right-of-way behind his property. And it's used for parking of a variety of trucks and equipment. The other part I need to correct the record on from the appellants is that Radis Electrical is still operating out of this site. Pat Radis sold that business in 2015. He can't do that job anymore. He sold that business to his partner. They moved off-site over a year ago, and they have no affiliation with this property whatsoever. So the team picture you saw of those electricians standing in front of the business is not relevant to this project because they ain't there, simply put. But I do want to point out the property line. We did have a conversation about the wall. I'll leave that for others. But this is the basic layout. The very front site on what would be the southeastern portion of the parcel had been a clothing store. That clothing store decided to close their doors a few months ago simply because of the economy coming out of COVID. And frankly, the construction project and the closure of the southbound 101 Santa Claus Lane off-ramp, a number of other circumstances, including the upcoming Streetscape Project. That space is currently vacant, and there's no plan at this point about who might go in there. But needless to say, as the staff showed in that chart that equaled up to 11.62 parking places, this whole site is parked off the street because the calculations that equal up to 11.62 took into account the entire cannabis operation, as well as that additional retail space, as well as what you don't see on this graphic, which is the second story, which is what is now with a two-person architectural firm. So this 12 parking spots off-street, out of the public right-of-way, meets the standard for the county. Otherwise, we wouldn't be here. The zoning administrator would have flunked us in May. So we're here because we meet the requirements completely without adding additional burden to what we would all agree is a burdened streetscape currently. And I'm under no illusion, I don't think the Radises are under any illusion, that frankly, the Streetscape Project coming is not going to be a one-size-all-fix-it tool for everything. There are going to be days when it's 105 in Santa Barbara and people are going to be looking to go to the beach. And they're going to go to Santa Claus Lane. And they're going to go to Arroyo Burro. And they're going to go to East Beach. And they're going to go to Carpinteria State Beach. And they're going to find relief wherever they need to find it. We get it. We're not naive. And we're not being so self-interested and entitled that we don't think that that stuff matters. Change the slide, please. I'm not going to go through this, frankly, because there were so many misstatements made in the appellant's documents, frankly, in the appellant's testimony this morning, made by both their attorney as well as the appellant himself. I'm just not going to go through it, but frankly, you know, there's an old saying, and I'm not an attorney, just to stipulate that, but there's, you know, a old saying that, you know, you either have the facts on your side or you don't, and when you don't, you just fight like crazy. The other part is, you know, facts do mean things when you're trying to construct an argument. And so the fact that so much of what they have said is free of any actual evidence, it means that their arguments, frankly, are moot and can't be trusted by your commission or, frankly, the public to actually tell the truth about what's happening here. And that's unfortunate. Change slide. It just continued. There's just so much of it, and so much of it that happened today. Let me add one that's not on this chart, but let's talk about the surf schools real quick, because we got to. I grew up in LA on the beach, on Torrance Beach in LA. That was where I spent my youth, such as it was. And so beach access is a precious thing to me. Learning how to surf was a really important part of my life. I love the ocean. I love Santa Claus Lane Beach. I love Santa Claus Lane. I have great memories there. For over 40 years now, seeing Santa Claus when I first came here as a student at UCSB was always a thing that said I was almost home. But the surf schools, even on their own website, says the school location is where the beach access point is, up by the outhouse on the other side of those 3 residential units. That's when you look at their website, the Surf Happens website, it says, here's the surf school. When you go there, there's a sandwich board sign that says surf school, arrow, points across the railroad tracks, over the rocks, and then they have the surf school tents with big banners sticking up out of the sand. The surf school is not 29 feet away, with or without the wall. It is 1,500 feet away. Next slide. So using the same ITE data that the appellants had access to, they have a Excel spreadsheet on their site that allows you to take the 600 trips per day that are estimated to be generated by a cannabis retail store. So this is the cannabis data from ITE. They say 600 trips per day. Think about it this way. That's 300 inbound and 300 outbound. That's how you get to 600 trips a day. It's not 600 customers. It's not 600 cars. It's 600 car trips, 300 inbound, 300 outbound. They've also, ITE has done this work to break this down by percentage of those customers seen during each of those hours. So that's what this data represents. And if you start after the hours, the next column on the left says, here's how many Roots customers would be generated per hour on a weekday. And you see the number there. That's per hour. We also see that the parking demand, which is calculated by what's the average visit time. So what we know from a variety of data sources, especially because some of them own other cannabis sales businesses here in the county and in Ventura County, that the average length of sale for a brand new customer is 12 minutes. The average length of a sales experience inside that nice store you saw that looked like a jewelry store, that's 7 minutes for a returning customer. 12 minutes for new, 7 minutes for returning. I can tell you, when I go to get my CBN gummies, which I take in order to be able to sleep, I'm in and out of my store in Martinez in less than 5 minutes. So these, the customer demand column, the next column over to the right, shows here's how many customer parking spaces we need within that given hour, given that timing of those sales, okay? Then we've added in parking for the boutique, we've added in parking for the offices, and so that gives you the total. And what you see here, I think, is important because the offices are in, during regular workday work hours. There's an additional demand there, and that pushes us right up next to the 12 that we are required to and that we're able to provide on the parcel itself without requiring any of the street parking. So during midday, there's a possibility that there could be some impact where we're going to be like right at that. And as long as the lease with the railroad continues, that's fine. I mean, we would have some flexibility to use those spaces. We don't rely on the leased area for meeting our requirements. That wouldn't be fair. I get it. Agreed. No argument. But we are able to park people even when all the offices and other businesses at 3823 are able to operate. I think that says something pretty impressive about the way you guys have the factoring built into your code requirements, frankly. You said 500 square feet, or one parking spot per 500 square feet, and one for every 300 office space. I think that works. Here's another. Thank you. Okay. So thanks, Jay, my timekeeper. So let's go to weekend real quick. Same kind of thing. If we change slides, I'm sorry. Yeah. David, can you change slide? Okay, weekend. So same thing, just we take the office space out. Okay, next slide. Okay. So we did update the site transportation demand plan. So in there are, some additional things. So carpooling will give us additional employee discounts if they carpool. We already know the base carpool rate is about 15% in Santa Barbara County. This will be additive to that because they'll be able to get additional products. Free monthly bus passes that the company will subsidize, electric bike purchases, and we'll have a charging station there for the bike batteries. And then if we need to, we'll look at other parking partnerships in order to make sure we don't have negative impacts. On the customer side, we could do a lot around making sure that there's not the impact during those peak hours. So advertise non-auto-based transportation, including a 10% discount if they show us a bus pass or a bus receipt that they've used. Non-peak product discounts, so we try to get it out of those peak hours that we saw demonstrated there. And then also making sure that we have a non-peak hour more during those summer months and the weekends. Next slide. All right, so here's what we'd like to do. So on the conditions of approval, the zoning administrator, we originally asked for 9 to 9 in the permit application. The zoning administrator moved us to 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. And you can see how that would consolidate and actually intensify the usage there. What we would like to do is to go back to those original proposed hours. And we've provided you some other information here around what else is happening in terms of the hours of operation for other businesses on Santa Claus Lane. That's the 11 to 9 especially for the other restaurants. And then a typical Santa Barbara cannabis store, so whether it's up on Mission Street, Coastal over across the street from the main bus depot, or Beyond Hello, they typically are 10 to 10. Again, it's different, we get it. And so we would ask that the hours get moved to 9 to 9, which was our original proposal. We'd ask that you deny the appeal and approve the coastal development permit. Thank you very much.
Is there anyone else on the applicant team that'll be appearing?
No,
No.
that's it. How much time do we have left?
You have 7 minutes.
Interesting. Okay, thank you.
All right. Next, we'll have public comment. So let's take a 10-minute break before we start that. Okay, we're reconvening our September 7 County Planning Commission meeting. Next, we're going to have public comment. We're going to run through all of our public comment and then have a 1-hour lunch. Then we'll come back and have questions of staff and a rebuttal. I've kind of adjusted the rebuttal times a little bit, and appellants will have 5 minutes, applicant will have 10 minutes. Okay, that's just kind of how it works. On the public comment that we'll start off with, we're going to start with those who want to speak for just a minute, okay? And we'll do those, and then we'll go to those who need more time, and you'll have the traditional 3 minutes. Okay? And so if you want to have 1 minute, you go line up against that wall, and we'll do it snappy. But County Council has something to say.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, just while public comment's getting ready, just for the record, the rebuttal times are so that the appellant and the applicant have both had equal time over the entire hearing to present their case.
Well, that's true. But also, Mr. Bozanich said he'd take 10 minutes, and he took 20, so I just knew he'd need more time. But I'm just being silly. It's okay. All right. Are you our only 1 minute person?
I guess I am.
I guess so. Well, I ought to give you 10 minutes.
I think I'm
but-
first in line there, too, so I'll keep it a minute.
Okay, well, you're going to have the most impact because you'll go
Okay.
first. So
Yeah.
tell us your name and then go for it.
My name is Gordon Krischer. I live on Sandpoint Road. I am president of the Sandyland Protective Association, Homeowners Association. There are 35 residences in that area. To tell you where it is, at the end of Santa Claus Lane, right before you get on the freeway, you turn right on Sandpoint Road. It's a community. It's a residential community. Lots of kids, especially on the weekends, minors of various ages. They walk from Sandpoint Road to the stores, to the restaurants. They ride their bikes. There's no way that a minor that's visiting or living on our street can get to where they want to go on Santa Claus Lane without going right in front of, on the sidewalk there, where this proposed pot shop is going to be. It's just, they can't do it. I mean, they have to stay on the sidewalk. It's a pedestrian, all of Santa Claus Lane is pedestrian and is more like a resort street than a commercial street. I don't know, it's hard for me to understand how someone in a responsible position could make a conclusion that this is compatible with the neighborhood, that a cannabis store on that street is compatible with the neighborhood. The second issue I've got, my neighbors and I have, none of whom are in favor of this and all of whom are opposed, is that the traffic is going to be a nightmare. I think of Chick-fil-A on steroids, which is what's going to happen to this street, particularly on a summer day. It will be a nightmare, and there's no way to relieve it, because there's a limited amount of real estate, and that's it. So I really hope the commission makes the right decision on finding this not compatible with the neighborhood, which is a key component I think you need to find. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Chair, just before we move on, I had mentioned to you prior to the hearing started that we did have one late submittal that I wanted to bring to the commission's attention, whether or not we wanted to admit that into the record or not.
And describe that for us. I'm not even aware what it is.
So it was something that I had sent to the commissioners yesterday afternoon. It was an email from Kay Walters of the Padaro Association. It was an email followed with an attached petition that did not meet the commission submittal deadline, which was noon yesterday. Due to the holiday, it came in at 12:40, and it's over a page in length. So typically, I like to address this issue before we get to public comment, in case the submitter of the letter is present and needs to adjust what they speak to if the commission decides not to admit it into the record.
And did that wind up online, that package? I read it this morning. I didn't notice the thing, but it did, huh? Okay. Well, our rules would provide that if it's over a page in length and it's submitted after noon on the Monday before the Wednesday hearing, that it's not admitted into the record unless we have a motion, and the motion has to be a supermajority, which I guess must mean 4 out of 5. And I don't know if any of the commissioners want to make that motion. Do you, Commissioner Cooney?
I do in this case, Mr. Chair, wish to include that material in the record. I think it's applicable, and the lateness is 10 minutes since it was really yesterday that was the cutoff day. So for a 10-minute failure on an email, I think it's reasonable.
Oh,
So I would make the motion.
Yesterday was a cutoff day because it was a holiday on Monday? Gotcha.
Correct.
Okay, I should have listened to Mr. Villalobos, but there you go. All right, will anyone want to second that? I'll second it, just so we have the motion in front of us. Any deliberations on this motion? Okay, well, then we need to do a roll call vote, don't we?
Commissioner Cooney.
Aye.
Commissioner Bradley.
Aye.
Commissioner Farini.
No.
Commissioner Martinez.
Aye.
Chair Park.
Aye.
Motion passes 4-1.
Okay, now we're back to public comment, is that right? And we did Mr. Krischer. So next would be Lisa Hopkins. And remember, this is 3 minutes or less. Oh, that's right. I'm forgetting how we used to do this. And after Lisa Hopkins will be Adam Peck, followed by Stephen Carlson.
Hi, my name is Lisa Hopkins. We live on Sandpoint Road and have 4 children, have been visiting the beach there for the last 15 plus years with our family, our friends, relatives, and we regularly walk up and down Santa Claus Lane to not only visit the surf shops for a surf camp or for shopping, to purchase things, also to the Padero Beach Grill, which is teeming with children every day, all day long. It's practically a playground outside with a sandbox meant for toddlers and children. So I'd like to agree that facts do matter, and the fact here is that this is a family-driven neighborhood, teeming with children all day long, weekdays and weekends. And this location is just not appropriate for this type of business. There are plenty of other locations throughout Santa Barbara, Montecito, Summerland, even Carpinteria, where this could be located, and it just doesn't seem appropriate and congruent with the neighborhood at all. So I just wanted to express my concern as a parent who lives in the neighborhood with young kids, that this is just not appropriate, and we would like to see it go in a different location. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Carlson, are you here? Stephen Carlson? Guess not. And then, how about Mark Brickley? To be followed by Janice Feldman. What's that?
Mr. Parks and Planning Commission members, thank you for this opportunity. I just want to, I'm the secretary of the Los Conchas Homeowners Association. I'm a homeowner there, have been for 26 years, frequent the Santa Claus Lane, go all the way back when it was actually, they had a Santa Claus on Santa Claus Lane. And what a wonderful spot that was for kids. It's evolved somewhat, still has great businesses, family-oriented businesses, all been talked about. In many ways, this is kind of a David and Goliath story. And unfortunately, Goliath in this case is the county of Santa Barbara, the county planning staff, unfortunately. versus the community, which is, I would say, almost 95%, certainly of the business owners and tenants on Santa Claus Lane, and certainly with the 3 homeowners associations that are opposed to this Roots Cannabis store on Santa Claus Lane. There's a couple of facts, and I agree that facts do matter. How do you round up 11.62 parking spaces to 12? You can do that in math, certainly, but how does that actually correspond to a parking space? One of the other facts that I think hasn't been considered is that the Santa Claus Lane Improvement Project, which the place is a mess right now. If you go down, you can't even get on 101 going south. When it is completed, there will be a pathway along the freeway side, bike lane, the freeway side of Santa Claus Lane. It will eliminate about a third of the parking spaces. People park perhaps illegally, but they are parking on that side of the road. And every inch of Santa Claus Lane is needed for the volume of parking, especially on the weekends. Those will all be eliminated. And majority of them are in front of the Radis's property, where the Roots Cannabis store will be located. I agree that this is a discretionary permit, and I hope that the Planning Commission will consider everything that the attorney opposing, representing this citizens' movement in Santa Claus Lane and in South County, Santa Barbara, against this location. I hope that the Planning Commission will realize that this is a discretionary process, and to look very carefully at all of the points that were made, especially by the attorney presenting the Coastal Acts situation. The proximity of the surf shops and restaurants that are frequented by adolescents and children is a particular concern. And that fact just doesn't go away. There's a clear connection between retail cannabis availability and adolescent marijuana use and abuse. Cannabis is much more powerful now. We need to protect our kids from it. And the facts are that kids have more access now to marijuana and more potent marijuana. And that is a concern. This is the wrong location for this business. The County of Santa Barbara should consider other locations. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Dumb question, Mr. Villalobos. There used to be a clock in here, but I don't see it.
There's never been a clock in here. You're thinking of the
I'm
North
thinking
County hearing
Santa
room.
Maria.
Yeah,
Okay,
I
well,
have one here.
That's why we should have meetings in Santa Maria. And then so, and the little lights will go on at the end of 3 minutes? Do you do that, or do I have to do that somehow?
No, I can plug it. I unplugged it because it was causing a humming sound.
Causing what?
A humming sound.
A humming sound?
Yeah.
Okay, so I need to look at my watch.
I can prompt you because I'm watching the time.
All right, good. All right. I sure thought I remembered a clock. It's been a few years. Janice Feldman, to be followed by Anna Carrillo.
Adam Peck, you kind of jumped over me.
Oh, I guess I did, because I remember I called your name, but you go for it.
All right. I'm Adam Peck. I'm president of the Serena Cove Owners Association, so you can add a fourth neighborhood residential association vehemently opposed to this.
Where's the Serena Cove?
Serena Cove is Beach Club Road, which is right on Padero.
Gotcha.
And there are 19 homes there.
Right.
A lot of families, a lot of grandchildren as well. We all walk down the road, and we love the family beachy vibe of it. You know, one of the things I was struck by just earlier, we took the Pledge of Allegiance, we all talked about liberty and justice. Well, our kids have the liberty not to be inhaling these fumes, which are going to be even more prevalent there once this is open. And I'm sure everyone's probably read or at least heard about all the new scientific studies about brain developments of kids and the use of marijuana. It's a problem, and there is going to be traffic problems. We've just spending all this beautiful, resources to create this beautiful bike path that is going to be there. Well, how's that going to work too, with all these cars coming in and out every 7 minutes or whatever they say it is? It's just going to be a mess there, more of a mess than it already is, and it's inappropriate for the kids. And in terms of justice, I have a friend who's an investor in large cannabis growing, and they specifically do not invest in retail cannabis because of the crime and criminal aspects to it and all the other problems with the neighborhoods, like the trash and the loitering, etc. It's just completely out of character for what this neighborhood is, and it's going to be a problem. There's just no question about it. And frankly, the growers, I mean, obviously they're paying these lobbyists here. You've heard them already, but we're already smelling cannabis at our house down on Padera Lane. So now do we need it even further down the lane and see the people vaping and walking around? We don't need it, and we don't need the traffic, and it's just going to continue to degrade our property values and cause problems for our kids and our families. So I would just urge the commission to really reconsider this and deny this cannabis store. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Janice Feldman. No. So I had Janice Feldman and Anna Carrillo. Is Janice Feldman online or somewhere?
I'm assuming I'm Anna Carrillo. Okay, all right,
No.
thank you very much.
And then after Anna Carrillo will be Jane Defnet.
Okay. My family has lived here in the Toro Canyon Plan area for 49 years, and my husband walks our dog almost daily on the beach. My family grew up going to the beach, and now my young grandchildren use this beach all the time. This very short roadway, basically a half mile, is a terrible location for a cannabis retail store due to the product this store will be selling. This stretch of roadway is narrow with very limited circulation and poor parking accessibility for those who go to the beach. Santa Claus Lane is a very family-oriented area with lots of children going to the beach and many from out of town visiting and attending the 2 surf camps. During the summer, I see probably around 50 children, but now I guess maybe it's more like 100, attending these 2 surf camps. Families and others also come to enjoy meals at the 4 restaurants located here. This planned location is next door to Surf Happens at 3825 Santa Claus Lane and 4 restaurants away from the A-Frame Surf Shop. These surf camps have been operating in this location for 20 years. I just found out also that Surf Happens next door to this location has children doing skateboard lessons in back of their premises in the afternoons. Parking for the beach and the restaurants is very limited, especially during the weekend vacations and in the summer. Where will the 5 to 7 employees park? The 12 parking spaces in the rear of this location are already spoken for, with most of them already taken up. On page 3 of the SDTMP, which Mr. Bozanich showed the weekend traffic and the weekday traffic, and I have concerns about, yes, he says it takes 5 to 7 minutes for someone to, make their transaction, but you have to come in, you have to look for parking, you have to be able to, leave. So the transaction time, I don't think is completely accurate. I also understand that there are very few people allowed in the store at any one time. So the chart says there will be like 31 customers at 2 p.m. How many will be allowed in the store at the time? If one employee is in the security guard, then there are 4 to 6 salespeople that can help 4 to 6 people inside the store. But what about the other approximately at least 20 waiting to enter? Traffic can be very problematic because of the lack of any infrastructure in this area. Even with the building of the proposed roundabout very close to this location, the driveway going into this retail store is very narrow. I think there's some points in the driveway that two cars can't pass at the same time, so the ingress and egress is a real problem. And also exiting into the flow of traffic. Currently, the planned bike path is also being constructed in this vicinity also. It's also the on-ramp for the southbound 101 freeway for residents and visitors on Santa Claus Lane, Sandpoint, and part of Padero Lane. There are many residents living on Foothill Road, Cravens Lane, Franciscan Village, Sandpiper Mobile Home Park, Toro Canyon, Serena, and the hundreds of employees at the Cannabis Farms on the mountainside of 101. Many don't want to drive through the western part of Carpinteria to be able to get on the southbound 101. I myself also use this southbound on-ramp at Santa Claus Lane to avoid the stop signs and traffic lights I have to encounter when I have to drive on Via Real and over the freeway into the western part of Carpinteria in order to enter 101 going south. Please remember, this is a family beach area with no police services or even lifeguards present. Hundreds of children with their families visit and use this area continuously for the beach, the family-friendly restaurants and stores located here. There is no liquor store, nor even any convenience stores here. Permitting a cannabis retail store selling cannabis products here is not compatible in this location. The majority of the letters you've received requesting you to deny this appeal are not immediate neighbors, nor even close residents, nor even beach visitors. Please preserve the access for those who wish to go to the beach. Thank you for your time and consideration in this matter.
Thank you, Ms. Carrillo. Jane Defnet, and then Sepp Wolf.
Hello, my name is Jane Defnet. My husband and I have owned our property on Sandpoint Road in the Casablanca subdivision since 1995. As has been said, but I'd like to reiterate, the spirit of Santa Claus Lane has always been family-friendly. I remember buying gingerbread cookies, date shakes, buying toys at the toy shop. It's been a beloved street for the entire county. Dr. Kent has done an incredible job of leasing his properties to businesses who have kept the family-friendly atmosphere and resurrecting the lane to be how it is today. We 100% support his objection to the cannabis retail store. Basically, our opposition is that a cannabis dispensary is not compatible with the other businesses on Santa Claus Lane or the entire beach neighborhood. It will create, as has been said many times before, issues of security, parking, and certainly should not be located in an area that is primarily family-oriented. This absolutely is the wrong location for a cannabis retail store. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Defnet. Okay, Sepp Wolf, followed by Ryan Reed.
Hello, Chair and fellow members. Thank you for your time and listening to the public comment today. Not only the applicant, but the appellant, and really considering what the public is trying to tell you today. And I am the property manager for Dr. Kent and have been for the last 18 years on the lane. So my tenants include the A-Frame Surf Shop, Rincon Catering and Events, Thario's Restaurant, The Garden Market, Rowan Boutique, and Coast Home and Coast Supply. A few of those tenants have been there longer than I have. I've helped Dr. Kent re-tenant the center in some of the locations to bring great synergy to the street. We call it the lane. We have poured our love and blood and tears into Santa Claus Lane. No one more than Dr. Kent and his wife, Nancy Ricolo. I'm the one that receives the phone calls from the tenants during busy weekend summer days, not only weekends, just summer days. If you go down there on a summertime day and the sun's out, you will drive around and you will circle on Santa Claus Lane for 15 to 20 minutes to try to find a parking space. My tenants will call me and say, Sepp, is there anything that we can do? Can we put signs out to guard parking spaces? Can we hire someone to do valet services? Can we do anything to help the parking on the lane? As you've heard today, the parking's only going to get worse on the lane as the Streetscape project is completed, not in the next 12 months, but probably in the next 36 months. So parking is, for me, the biggest issue. I have no issue with the cannabis dispensary. I do have an issue with the dispensary being on the lane only because of the use and the intensity of parking and of traffic. The character of the lane, you've heard from everyone that's spoken today, that it is family-friendly, it's local, it's community, it's kids, it's beach. It's not people zooming off of the freeway for their 5 to 7 minute stop for a quick transaction and then hopping back on the freeway and going out. There's huge safety concerns. No one else has brought up the fact that people speed heavily on the lane, using it as purely an on-ramp to the southbound 101 side. So if we have that many more cars coming down to the lane, people are not going there. Customers of the dispensary would not be going there to enjoy a lunch at Garden Market or a dinner at Thario's or to take their kids to Padero Grill. They're getting off the freeway, most likely heading southbound because this would be the only dispensary between Santa Barbara and Oxnard. Off the freeway, 5 to 7 minute stop, hard to find parking, may not find parking, circle. If they're lucky to find a parking space, do their transaction, get back on, race off the freeway. So there's already a lot of concern about pedestrian safety down there. Hopefully the Streetscape project will improve that and slow cars down. But that's a real concern of business owners and property owners on the lane. I would just encourage you to really listen to the community comment today that is largely in support of this appeal and asking you to uphold it. And do not bring a dispensary to Santa Claus Lane. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Wolf.
Chair Parker, I have a couple questions.
Oh, Mr. Wolf? Yes. Commissioner Bridley has a couple of questions of you, of him.
Go back to the.
Sorry.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Wolf. So, what were the two last tenants you said after Garden Market? You listed two others in.
Rowan Boutique is a women's
okay,
clothing
yeah.
store. And then you're just about to hear from the business owner of Coast Home and Coast Supply.
Okay. And so my question is, for those combined tenants of the property that you manage, how many parking spaces do you have outside of the public right-of-way on the property for Dr. Kent and Dr. Wicklow?
That's a good question. And I'm very aware of what you learned today, sir, about the public right-of-way and how all of the street parking is county. County-owned, county not so regulated, county not so maintained. But like the Radis property, we own an off-street parking lot. Mm-hmm. Thank you for bringing it up because that's a huge concern of mine. It's directly across the fence from the Radis' property. So when the Radis' will have problems with parking issues and their customers, where are they going to come? They're going to come onto our parking lot. So I will have to figure out a way to police that parking lot. We have it signed currently that it's for parking only for our tenants of Padero Beach Village. But that will be a huge concern for us. We will probably have to gate it in order to keep our parking spaces private.
How many spaces do you have back there? Because when I've been down to Santa Claus Lane, and I've been there many, many times.
Yeah.
In fact,
I think we all have. That's what's wonderful about
I
it.
can't figure out a way to park behind those stores that face the lane. So
There
can
is
you
no
just-
parking. There's no parking on the rear access road because of the Union Pacific easement. But we do have, and I'm sorry, I don't have an exact count, but I want to say about 10 parking spaces in our lot.
behind for all those tenants?
Yeah, not
Or-
behind, but it's directly adjacent to Coast Supply's business.
Okay. All right, thank
And
you.
thank you for calling me back, because I also want to mention that we have 7 residential tenants in our property, 3 different residences and 7 total occupants. And one of those residences is within about 25 feet of the Radis's property, which brings further concern for me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi there. My name is Ryan Reed. I'm an owner on Santa Claus Lane. I'm also a Carpinteria native, born and raised, rode the train, bought toys, Santa Claus, the whole deal. So I've been around for a long time. I'm incredibly active in our community where I live. I run a nonprofit program on the side. I coach basketball. I'm in the Booster Club and the Rotary Club. I do the whole deal in Carpinteria. And I get a nonstop barrage from people who are so worried about what's going to happen to my business. Email after phone call, people that know what's going on are saying, are you going to be able to make it? Are you going to shut down? What are you going to do? So a lot of concern from me. I'm real grateful for Dr. Kent. I've been down there in Santa Claus Lane for about 15 years or so now with our company. Dr. Kent's done a phenomenal job working to make it sort of this destination shopping center. If you went down 15 years ago, you know it was kind of dilapidated, run down. I was sweeping Legos out of the toy shop. That was kind of my job when we first took over. So been a lot going on in the last 15 years, a lot of blood, sweat, and tears. But it's great, really beautiful spot, a great spot for parking. It's kind of created this, everything everyone's saying about the family part is really true. It's really a family dynamic, a lot of kids that walk back and forth. There's a surf school, or the surf building at where I'm kind of directly next to this proposed site. So on one side, the kids are walking down with the boards they rent or the wetsuits. I see them all day long. Families come to our shop. They are doing remodels. That's what we provide, flooring and kitchens and things. And so they come down. Kids are playing in our patio all the time, and that's not an exaggeration. As you know, you've heard the parking is really, really difficult, something we fight all the time. But I just want to kind of, make sure you're hearing us, and I appreciate it so much more than I think has been. The fact that you'd let us talk, I know it's sort of how it works, but I'm grateful that you'd hear us out. I think it means a lot to us to be heard. Staunch opposition to the cannabis dispensary. I'm literally afraid of what's going to happen to my business. So one might pop up, and one might go away. That would be sad. And I'm directly next door to the cannabis. All I think about is how are we going to build a wall, a fence? How do I keep those folks from? They're not going to shop in my store. That's just not what they're there for. And so how do we keep them out or causing any issues is a real fear of mine. Countless kids. In addition to that, I run a nonprofit in our community for at-risk youth. And a lot of those kids come over for job training at my store. And so now I don't want those at-risk youth kids in my store that then have to go outside and kind of fight their way through this. So that makes me a little nervous as well. So I just think I wish there was another place to do it. And I'm not so naive to think that everyone's going to go inside the store and buy whatever it is and then go use it in the car. But at the same time, I know I'll face some of that. We face some of it already because we're at the beach and folks are drinking or doing whatever. And I have to go outside and say, hey, can you do that somewhere else? But to actually put it there, again, I'm not so naive to think everyone's going to do that. But I'm going to be tapping on windows or hiring security guards or something, I can almost guarantee, because some will. Some will go there, get the product, and use it right there. And that's going to be really hard for my business. It's really, really incompatible to what we do. So again, thanks so much for your time. Sure, please. Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
And I didn't really take a long look. I don't quite understand what your business is. Is it a retail store?
Yeah, great question. Great question, yeah. We're a retail store that sells flooring, kitchen goods, and this home sort of store, so couches, area rugs, and those sort of things. So not a contractor per se, but we supply the flooring and then we install it as well. So I've got crews that are doing work in, homes all over. We do work for the best builders in town and have for years and years. But then we also have a retail store. So you sort of come down, select the product, right? And not to overdo it, but it's oftentimes families and it's couples and kids, and they're kind of romping around where they're picking a flooring or a carpeting choice. And so that's sort of what they do. So a lot of people in the store, and then we'll go out and actually install the product.
So, it was interesting when you were talking about riding the train.
Yeah, right.
I've been to that place for 65 years.
Okay.
I remember just about everything that was there.
Yeah.
And the question for you,
Please.
question to the applicant, why do you want to be there? What's the appeal of Santa Claus Lane for your retail business?
Oh, such a great question. it allows us to have sort of an in-between. I'm born and raised in Carpinteria. Gives us an in-between folks where folks from Montecito can come down, folks from Carpinteria can be there. It gives them easy access. It's been a great location for us retail-wise. There's great signage and other things like that. But it's been, I think the work that Dr. Kent's been, I was one of the early kind of guys in there as he was fixing up and filling the rest of it. And he's just done a great job around us. So I wouldn't want to go anywhere else, honestly. And we've looked at places in downtown Carpinteria, and there's something there that's special. He's created something there that we're afraid of losing. That's why we're all here, you know, in almost unanimous opposition, sort of saying, hey, this is we're afraid of that. So, did that
Thank
answer your
you.
question?
It did.
Great, thank you so much.
All right. And then, is it Sam Holcomb? Sam? There you go. And I believe Sam's the last of our speakers from the audience. Is there anybody else in the audience I haven't called on yet?
Hi, guys.
I know.
Thanks for having me. I don't have anything scripted. And to be honest, this is kind of a tough one for me because I literally consider the Radises like super dear old friends of mine for the last 20 plus years. I've been down there for 23 years at the A-Frame Surf Shop. And the reason why my wife suggested we open that up was because of the beach and families and kids and the Padera Beach Grill being right next door to us with all the families and all the kids. We do have an after-school surf program. We do have a summertime surf camp, which of course is not on the concrete in our 2,000 square foot store. It's down on the beach. But those families and those kids come up to our store both before and after and during every single day. You know, Dr. Kent has wanted me to emphasize kids being down there. And I mean, if you've ever been down there, there's no way you don't see that. I mean, on a Tuesday in February, there are hundreds of kids down there. And on a Saturday in the summertime, there's tens of thousands of kids down there. But I'm not opposed, as Ryan, I think, or someone else said too, I'm not opposed to a cannabis store. I mean, shoot, I'm a long-haired surfer dude. I don't use it in any way, shape, or form, and I know that it's been really good for Pat and his medical situation, and I wish nothing but the best for those guys. But I don't think that that's the right spot for a cannabis store. It's too close to all these kids and all these family environments, and to be super honest, I'm 100% confident that if a cannabis store went in there, it would get robbed. And we get broken into at night once every other third year. And it's just too easy on and off the freeway. And it'll be a scary thing in my opinion. And then what's gonna happen then, you know? When people get killed down there, because there might not be cash in that place, but weed is cash, pot is cash. And I mean, there've already been places in Carpinteria that have been held up at gunpoint that are growers. You know, I mean, imagine how simple and easy that would be for a thief or a robber to go down there and hold up a place like that. That's what has me scared. So I'm in opposition to it, even though I love the Radis family.
Thank you, Mr. Holcomb. Okay, we have public comment that will come from via Zoom or phone call, but nobody else from the audience, correct? Right. Mr. Villalobos, tee it up. What do we have from Zoom telephone?
We have up to 12 speakers, it looks like. Our first speaker will be Stephen Baird, to be followed by Patricia French.
Remember, everyone, the same 3 minutes applies to Zoom folks.
Well, hello, everyone, and now good afternoon, commissioners, and everyone in the audience that I cannot see. I'm gonna come from a little bit different angle here. My name's Steve Baird. I have a nonprofit. I work with veterans, at-risk veterans, suicidal veterans, and families, children, etc. I have a house for homeless vets and at-risk veterans up in North County. Listen, right now, we're currently in a crisis. We've got, 22 vets at least a day committing suicide. And Part of the problem with that is that we have our nearest hospital is located in Los Angeles. It's hours away. Veterans are not getting down there. We also have like a 2 to 3 month waiting period on appointments. And to be honest, I had an appointment scheduled at 10 o'clock this morning from the VA, and I've still yet to hear from my doctor. And now we're over 2 hours late. These things lead to what my wife and I do 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and we do it without pay. We provide a crisis response. In these situations, we help offset law enforcement. We work together with law enforcement. And, I think what's being missed here is there's a lot of children also suffering from a lot of the veterans that have come home. And we've got to do something different. And it's my understanding that there is no dispensaries between Santa Barbara and Oxnard, and that presents its own problem. We do have a lot of veterans that cannot travel. They cannot leave that far away. And frankly, delivery services, well, they're sometimes suspicious, right? We don't always let people near our homes. I totally understand where everyone's coming from. I live in a neighborhood and we have a dispensary that will be coming nearby. I choose to be part of the solution. And at the same time, I kind of take offense to some of the statements that, the people that go to those places aren't going to go shopping. I'd love to take my wife shopping and visit the local establishments. I do believe children are our future, and I have 4 children. And I've always, I've always kind of believed that education is key instead of if you can't see it, it doesn't exist type of thing. It's, our world isn't getting any safer. And I think that these things are going to be coming more in the future. I know there's a huge value for things that used to never be looked at when it comes to, either cannabis, or now the VA is doing microdosing of mushrooms and ketamine. These are new treatments that are cutting edge that are going to replace old ways of mental health. And so it is a future, and I just want to help be part of a solution. But, I have to say that, I've met the owners, I've visited the locations, and they are stand-up people, and security and laws are at the utmost. And so I can tell you, when I'm down there, I will be the first one to help stand up for anybody that's misbehaving outside or anywhere around, because I'm all about the kids, making this world a better place. So, I respectfully request that the commission deny this appeal and approve this permit and allow people to come in and help be a part. I can provide a security force for those businesses if you feel you need it. I'd love to be in communication. So thank you very much. There's more at stake here than just inconvenience. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Baird, and thank you for the work you do.
Our next speaker will be Patricia French, to be followed by Bree Punch.
Hi, my name is Allison French, and Patricia French is my mother, and I am her legal proxy and speaking on her behalf today. I agree with so much of what everyone has said today. I would just like to also point out in regards to the parking situation and the overcrowding, as is Padaro, we live on Padaro Lane and have been here for about 24 years. As is Padaro Lane gets overflow parking from Santa Claus Lane. And if you've ever been to Padaro Lane, it's a very narrow lane. And so we're already dealing with an issue with overcrowded parking on the street. And it's also a street where you get tons of pedestrians and tons of cyclists. And we do have public beach access on the street, and there's no real designated parking for them. So they kind of wedge up against the side of the road. And my concern is that if there's ever a need for an ambulance or a fire truck, they are not able to really get through the street, especially if we're going to have more overflow parking as a result of this cannabis store coming in and requiring more parking on Padaro Lane. Like so many people have said, on any given day, but especially in the summer, you cannot find parking. And although the cannabis store said they'll have 12 parking spots, if 5 of those roughly are going to employees, that leaves 7 spots. So again, I just think that forces the overflow onto Padaro Lane. And also, I'm personally 5 months pregnant. I plan to raise my child here, and it does worry me just the inability to walk in the future due to over traffic. And we also just get tons of cars that choose to exit Padaro Lane to come to Santa Claus Lane. Even yesterday, I was walking on a 15-minute walk, 45 cars passed. none of which were residents of the lane. So they were all heading towards Santa Claus Lane. So thank you again. I appreciate all your time today, and I hope you consider this appeal.
All right, thank you. And who's our next speaker?
The next speaker will be Breach Poonj, to be followed by Christy Boyd.
Hi. Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Bridge Punj. My wife and I own the adjacent building. My comment is specific to that CMU wall that is 8 feet high that is built on my property. This wall was built by the owners of 3823 Santa Claus Lane many years ago. And what I heard this morning is that the owner of 3823 says that that's a civil matter and I can take down the wall that is on my land. My question is, it's a wall I didn't put up. And why should I be burdened with the expense of having to take down a wall that has been used for many years by the Raiders own family? So I feel that some view should be taken that they need to remove that wall, and if they are going to replace it with a 6-foot chain link fence as is shown in the drawing, my tenants would feel very insecure. A 6-foot chain link fence is not an adequate security barrier. At minimum, they should put up a wall similar to what is already existing in the rear of their property. And that is something that the Planning Commission has the power to make them do, in my opinion. So that was my comment. Thank you for permitting me to speak.
Thank you. And who is next?
Our next speaker will be Christy Boyd, to be followed by Jeff Barrett.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, great. I'm speaking in favor of the Roots of Carpinteria pending coastal commit. As a previous tenant of the exact building located at 3823 Santa Claus Lane, I can assure you that this location, in my opinion, for a cannabis dispensary is very appropriate and important for the long-term success of Santa Claus Lane. Pat and Mary Raidus, the building owners, are two of the most down-to-earth, community-oriented persons that I have had the pleasure of coming in contact with. Due to an illness in the family, the Raiduses know firsthand the medical benefits of cannabis. Their unselfish goal is to share those benefits with Carpinteria and the surrounding communities. Santa Claus Lane is currently under construction and the traffic is horrible. The new bike lane that will connect Santa Claus Lane to Carpinteria will be started this week. The southbound off-ramp is still closed and the street is torn up for the beach access and streetscape improvement plan that will forever change Santa Claus Lane for the better, especially for beachgoers. Having been a tenant on the lane for 5 years, I can assure you that all summers are busy, but fall, winter, and spring are quiet. The merchants and restaurants suffer and struggle to make ends meet. Most of these businesses privately agree that the cannabis dispensary would be a welcome addition as a year-round business that is sorely needed. The western end of Santa Claus Lane is busy with the beachgoers, but the eastern end, retail end, is very quiet during these off months. There have been concerns stated regarding large cash amounts generated by Roots of Carpinteria. This is no longer an issue. Cannabis dispensaries now allow payment with credit cards and debit cards. Bank deposits will be picked up behind the store in a very secure location. All retail dispensaries have full-time security that will uphold all laws regarding the consumption of cannabis on the property. The old school way of thinking with pot smokers freely smoking at the location is not only outdated, it is illegal. In addition, having been in this location, I can attest to the more than ample parking behind the actual shop. With the addition of electric bikes, and the upcoming bike lane, 12 spaces seems to be enough. I would urge all of us to focus on the long-term future of Santa Claus Lane, which, with the addition of Roots of Carpinteria, will become more economically vibrant, commercial, and recreational location. Thanks to the county's current upgrades and a diverse, thriving set of business owners, Santa Claus Lane will be a more livable, walkable, and desirable place for the property owners, merchants, restaurants, and visitors. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Who's next?
Our next speaker will be Jeff Behrens, to be followed by Kay Walters.
Hi, this is Jeff Behrens. Can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Great, thank you so much. I'm a resident on Santa Claus Lane. I live in one of the buildings that are mixed use. We live upstairs and we run a vacation rental company downstairs where we have 2 lofts that are rented mostly year round. I guess for me, and again, like Sam said, it's not that I'm opposed to the sale of a pot shop. That's not the issue at all for me. It's all about the location of where it is and how it's going to affect the lane. I think it's been pretty widely regarded that there's a lot of history of Santa Claus Lane, and it's a very special place. For me, there's 2 questions. Where's the common sense in this decision? And the second question I would have is I would love for someone to tell me why this is going to be good for me and for my neighbors. How is this going to be good for my business? How is this going to be good for my family? There's a big issue. I think somebody else mentioned that the lack of law enforcement down on the lane is pretty evident. We're constantly calling the sheriff's department about people staying overnight on the beach. We have had, my daughter had to call the cops the other day because she couldn't go out to her car because there was a homeless person sleeping against her car. So for me, safety is a big issue. And I think that it's really important that you take into consideration what you're hearing from the residents. And don't forget that there are residents. Seth talked about how many residents actually live on Santa Claus Lane. It's not just retail, but take into consideration all of those factors. To me, this makes sense. There's an empty building across the freeway right next to the growers that used to be a flower shop. That makes a lot more sense to me. So I want to thank you for your time. I hope that you will really take into consideration everything that you're hearing. And that's pretty much what I have to say.
Thank you, Mr. Behrens. Who's next?
Our next speaker will be Kay Walters, to be followed by Lorraine McIntyre.
Ms. Walters, you ready? Well, let's move on to Ms. McIntyre. Is that right?
All right, Ms. McIntyre.
And Ms. Walters, if you're still on, we'll catch you later.
Hello, Commission and staff. My name is Lorraine McIntyre. I'm a Carpinteria resident. I'm a professional CPA and currently the Vice President of Tax at Camping World. I strongly encourage you to deny the appeal. I support the Roots retail establishment. I've listened to the whole meeting today and a lot of the appellate's concerns about parking. And one of the things that comes to mind is, how would the parking issue be any different if it were a retail location or another restaurant? To insinuate that cannabis users are somehow less responsible and or drug addicts hanging out and causing problems is offensive to me. Also, when you talk about the kids' locations to cannabis, I will remind you that there are 3 restaurant locations in that same area that serve adult beverages. Kids are, however, allowed to go inside of those locations. They will not be allowed to go inside the retail establishment. The fact that the retail establishment has added security with the security cameras, the armed security guard, all of the other procedures in place are there to protect the neighborhood, not to discourage people from visiting and shopping. And to speak to some of the other concerns about the retail establishments going out of business, not being able to stay afloat, I think added foot traffic would make them very happy. I think that this is a perfect location for the retail, cannabis retail. There's an easy on-off to the freeway. And why would the county of Santa Barbara want to lose tax revenues to the county of Ventura for those Carpinteria residents like myself who go to Ojai or Port Hueneme? I would much rather keep my spending in the county of Santa Barbara, but specifically also closer to my location. I encourage you to deny the appellates and please approve this project moving forward. Thank you.
All right. I'm not sure if Ms. Walters, if you're able to fix your mic. We can come back to Ms. Walters. Our next speaker will be Peter DeGray, to be followed by Rodman Flender.
Good afternoon, Chair Park today, Honorable Planning Commission. I'm Peter DeGray here on behalf of Carp Growers. We're a cannabis farmers group in Carpinteria Valley. We ask that you deny the appeal of the Roots project on Santa Claus Lane. Our 9 members have made it their mission to distinguish themselves as responsible actors in the cannabis industry. And we think they've done a great job with educating the community. And it's some of the comments today are unfortunate with remaining fear-mongering toward a retail project. A Carpinteria retail location that is in fact operated by professional owners will help to showcase the responsibly farmed cannabis here on the Santa Barbara coast, and will in fact benefit the whole area. Applicants, Mary and Pat Radis, they're locals in Toro Canyon. They also own the location of the proposed store, which is the most ideal situation we can think of. They are highly invested in the community and the future of both Santa Claus Lane and Carpinteria Valley. The location will be a huge draw for customers who will then gain opportunities to window shop on the lane and become future customers at neighboring businesses. Parking for the project is in fact a huge selling point compared to the neighboring businesses. This location has ample parking. It would be great for the Roots. I'm sure they'll do this already to encourage customers to park in the rear to take advantage of the spaces and leave other spots open for customers at other businesses. The cannabis is not scary anymore. It's a mainstream plant. It has medical uses, consumers in all walks of life, and regulations, strict regulations for safety at each step of the supply chain. The location of the Roots, as you heard earlier, was formerly Porch Home and Garden, a super popular store now in Summerlin for high-end customers. It's not hard to imagine in today's world that those same high-end customers will go to the Roots to get their cannabis, including many Padero Lane residents, Toro Canyon, and Montecito residents. It's not far-fetched to think that polo players will likely hop over to get their cannabis from the Roots when they're in town for world-class polo tournaments. The county cannabis program was launched in 2018. 4 years later, we're still looking for local places to sell the product that our members grow right here. For example, in comparison, in other states, Oregon has 17 retail shops per 100,000 residents. California has just 2 per 100,000 residents. And the way the market's going, we see this, is cannabis in fact legal in California? Majority of the market share still belongs to the illicit market, and a lot of that's due to regulatory inconsistency at the state level and local municipalities, and really largely to the fear mongering that we've seen here today. It is difficult to hear negative comments from business owners who make their money on alcohol sales. So I do want to thank you. We all love Santa Claus Beach, Santa Claus Lane. We think that the future is bright. So thank you for your careful consideration of all projects in Santa Barbara County. And please today deny this appeal.
All right, our next speaker will be Rodman Flender, to be followed by Stephen Carlson.
Oh, hi there. Yeah, this is Rodman Slender, and can you hear me?
Yes, please.
Don't know if you can hear me.
Go ahead.
Oh, hi there. I think I raised my hand accidentally, so I'm going to. I'm really here just to listen and observe. I am a resident of Padero Lane, and I'm going to forward my time to the next speaker. Thank you very much.
Who's next?
Hold on a second. All right, our next speaker will be Stephen Carlson, and then we'll go back to Kay Walters.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Oh, thank you. I just want to share some comments that a lot of people have concerning security. As you're aware, hundreds of local citizens in the first district have written the county in opposition to the proposed location of a cannabis store located in Santa Claus Lane. One of their main points has been the issue of security, specifically that the proposed business has a high value product, which makes it an easy target for theft. As you know, the businesses along Santa Claus Lane are primarily small businesses that cater to families and travelers. None of these businesses require any additional security other than what normal businesses would have. Now the applicant wants to have a business adjacent to those businesses that requires guards, high security, cameras, vaults, and of course, armed guards. These businesses would be located, this business would also be located to a freeway on-ramp at the southern end of Santa Barbara County. I contacted Sheriff Bill Brown before the zoning hearing and asked him if he was aware of the proposed business on Santa Claus Lane, and he said no. I asked our first district supervisor, Doss Williams, if law enforcement concerns were part of the approval process, and he said yes. Well, if up to this point the sheriff's office hasn't been consulted about the proposed business going into the location, and they're a responsible agency for security of Santa Claus Lane, then you can imagine the concern that hundreds of people have with this application. In addition, you're aware the county is over 100 miles long, and Santa Claus Lane is at the southern end of our county with a limited amount of law enforcement personnel. All of these factors, along with the location at the entrance to a freeway on-ramp, adds to the concerns that this location is an easy target for a robbery. If the proposed business is located here, and there is one in the future, who is going to protect the adjacent businesses as well as the general public? The county is proposing developing the beach access adjacent to Santa Claus Lane businesses, which will include the addition of 75 parking spaces along with sidewalks, lighting, restroom, and railroad crossing. As the county asked the sheriff's department how they're going to protect the public and the adjacent businesses with the increased use of Santa Claus Lane, the sheriff's department will have the added burden placed upon them as a result of these improvements along with the proposed business. It's clear to everyone that this is an accident waiting to happen. In the past, as you know, the county has a cannabis ordinance as well. It has been enforcing a cannabis ordinance as well as residents and businesses having to put up with the years of stink. Improvements in the county require responsibility to maintain the character and safety of the area. What confidence do you think your constituents have? Excuse me, just a moment. That the county will step in and solve the problems. There is a solution that I think that should be considered. Since cannabis businesses are not dependent upon adjacent retail traffic due to the nature of their product, they do not need to be located near other retail businesses. Why not locate this business next to the cannabis growers across the freeway? They would not have any competing businesses. The neighborhood would be compatible. Security would not be an issue as all the businesses are armed, and they would not be located next to a freeway on-ramp that reduces the chance of easy access. This could solve a multitude of problems and concerns and does not put the county in the position of increased enforcement problems. I appreciate your time and consideration of this appeal. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Carlson. Who's next now? Is Ms. Walters here?
Ms. Walters.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, please go ahead.
Oh, I don't know. I've been having computer problems.
I know,
Sorry.
well, you're here now. Let's go for it while you're here.
All right, thank you. Okay, hello. My name is Kay Walters. I'm the Communications Director for the Padero Association, and I'm speaking on behalf of over 200 residents and homeowners on Padero Lane, as well as myself and my husband, who have lived on Padero Lane for over 25 years. Please reconsider your choice of locating a cannabis store on Santa Claus Lane. There are dozens of reasons it is a bad location and very few reasons it is a good location. You have heard most of these reasons today, but here are our top 6. Number 1, there is insufficient parking on Santa Claus Lane. On most days, it's hard to find parking on the lane right now. Cannabis stores host a higher volume of customers than other retail, so inevitably they will be taking parking spaces from other current businesses, and parking will be maxed out. Number 2, there is already a traffic problem, and it will get worse. Weekends are packed with beachgoers and families. There's only one way in and one way out of Santa Claus Lane, unless you exit on the freeway. So people are constantly backing out and doing U-turns on the road, dropping off kids, etc. The frequent cannabis customers and delivery people will be adding greatly to the traffic problem in this busy beach area community. Number 3, there is a high crime risk. Being a nighttime marijuana business located right next to a freeway on-ramp, which makes this an easy target for criminals and thieves. This is why banks never locate themselves near a freeway on-ramp. Number 4, you have a policy of not allowing cannabis stores near schools. I think it's within 750 feet. Yet this address is right between 2 surf schools and within 70 feet of one of them, next door to one of them actually. There are children in these 2 surf camps all the time. Why do these children not count? By the way, the lobbyist was incorrect who said that the surf camp is 1,500 feet away from where the surf camp is operated, because they actually they enter from that area and then they go southeast on the beach, back up to within 750 feet of where the store is. So that was incorrect, but he wouldn't know that because he doesn't live down here. Number 5, an adult cannabis store is just not compatible with the neighborhood. This is a family-friendly village where kids and parents have been coming for decades to shop, dine, surf, and play at the beach. You would not put a liquor store here. Why would you put a cannabis store here? And number 6, last but not least, the neighbors don't want it here. We have a signed petition signed by 208 residents and business owners in the neighborhood who do not want you to put this cannabis store here. The vast majority of residents on Padero Lane, Sandpoint, and the Polo condos are clearly against this location for a cannabis store. And almost every business owner and homeowner on Santa Claus Lane is against it for obvious reasons. The lobbyist from Northern California cannot refute the truth of that. The question should be, what are the good reasons to have it here? It seems our area has been the brunt of bad decisions by the county lately, designed to bring in more tax revenue at our expense, such as the pot odor. Won't you please listen to us this time and find a better location for this cannabis store? Thank you very much.
All right, we have one more speaker. That is Thomas Casares.
Yes, hi. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Yes, I'd like to just voice my opinion that I am for the Roots project going forward and to open its doors. I'm a big proponent for cannabis, the health and medicinal purposes they can help with many people that I know, my family and neighbors and close friends and family. I think education goes a long way, which is what I believe this brand is about, is educating consumers on what cannabis is nowadays and kind of help trying to change the stigma surrounding it. And I think it's a good opportunity to help raise those tax revenue for the city as well, for the county as well. So I just wanted to voice my opinion that I am for the project to go forward, and I hope this appeal gets denied. Thank you.
Thank you. Is that it for public comment?
That was our last speaker.
Very good. We'll break for lunch, come back at 1:35. exactly. There we are. Okay, we're going to reconvene our Santa Barbara County Planning Commission meeting for September 7, 2022. What's next up to bat? I think it's asking questions of staff. Actually, if staff has some comment of some sort of what they've heard, then fill us in. What do you have to say?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, we do have a few things that we'd like to clarify, so I'm going to hand it over to Mr. Connor.
Thanks, Commissioners. Staff just wanted to reiterate a few simple points as you begin your deliberations. The project site contains an existing commercial structure, and the project is a change in tenant. Cannabis retail is a permitted use in the C1 zone for this property in the coastal zone. The traffic impacts were thoroughly reviewed based on all current engineering and transportation standards and not perceived impacts. The Traffic Division at Public Works reviewed the traffic study and verified that numbers were accurate and the project will not cause any traffic impacts. Similarly, the project fully meets all of the Article 2 parking requirements. The project is required to provide 12 spaces, and 12 spaces are proposed. Staff thoroughly reviewed the retail surf shops online websites, and they clearly provide retail services to all age groups, provide training and lessons to all ages, and hold corporate events. These shops do not meet the definition of a youth center in schools. Youth centers or other similar uses are not permitted uses in the C1 zone under our LCP. The project site does not provide access to the beach and therefore will not impede any access to the beach. The cannabis retail operation also does not propose any operations or retail activities on the beach. Finally, the Chapter 50 process to identify cannabis retail sites is completed and is not part of the land use entitlement process and has no bearing on the review of this project. This cannabis retail project is subject to Article 2 requirements only, and the project complies with these requirements. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. You know, I forgot, first we need to have a rebuttal, if there is any. I would assume there is some. Ms. Zimmer, you ready to go? 5 minutes.
I'm going to try and do it in 4 and let Nancy Riccolo come up and conclude.
As long as you're both done in 5.
Sorry?
As long as you're both done in 5.
Okay. I really appreciate that you have now been informed that you have full discretion and authority to deny a permit at this site under the LCP. With regard to the comments from the applicant, the comment about us not providing evidence, I'd like to point out that you have in your packets exhibits 1 through 30, which are correlated with the points in our appeal letter. We also have the testimony of percipient and expert witnesses. We have declarations under penalty of perjury from Dr. Kent, and I don't think anybody on the applicant's side has been willing to swear under penalty of perjury to the accuracy of their comments. We have expert testimony, which has been disregarded, from NDS, which went out and did summer traffic counts in July of 2021, and they concluded and informed that the ATE counts of 2019, which supported the Streetscape Project, undercounted the summer volumes. We also have South Coast Transportation, 2 opinions, to which no one has responded, specifically the situation of this being the only cannabis store between Santa Barbara and Oxnard, because Carpinteria doesn't allow them and the city of Ventura doesn't allow them. This has to have significantly increased the expected volumes coming to this store. Number 2, on the issue of compatibility, staff has met and the applicants have made no response to the substantial evidence that has been submitted. I want to remind you that in the context of these EDRNs, these are mapped EDRNs, these are residential neighborhoods, EDRNs are not permitted to have any cannabis activity in the inland areas, but the Board of Supervisors failed to impose that on the coastal areas without rational basis. So I think you can consider the compatibility evidence and arguments in context of are they consistent with these EDRNs. Similarly, staff has ignored the purpose of the C1 zone district, which is explicit, that it's not just that it has to be retail, but it has to have no significant impacts, noise, odor, traffic, and it's such as, so it's including but not limited to. So that hasn't been addressed. With regard to the encroachment on the neighboring property, I'm really glad that property owner came in. The issue for coastal development purposes is similar to the issue that you had with UPRR, which we had to point out. They had represented that they had full access to that property. They have a month-to-month lease. With regard to the Punj property, the reason it's relevant is that under the Coastal Act, Coastal Commission regulations, and county as well, the applicant for a permit has to prove that they are entitled to use all of the property that they need to use, and they haven't shown that. So the other issue, too, that this brought up is the differences between this and the Green Thumbs, which is an inland project that you considered a couple of weeks ago. In that instance, you had a clear agreement with the other owners in that shopping center for long-term use, and you had a situation where that property had been considered in its own mitigated negative declaration 10 years before, and you all found that it was overparked. What we're dealing with here is an existing deficiency that is going to be exacerbated long-term, and it's going to impact the public's right of access to the coast and coastal recreation. Staff has ignored the various Coastal Commission decisions, which I think they are at their peril in ignoring, which clearly recognize that the increased intensity of use and the impacts and competition for public parking is a Coastal Act issue, and the Coastal Commission has conditioned and denied projects where they interfered with coastal access.
You're at 4.5 minutes.
Oh, okay. Important to say, alternative sites were not considered in this process, and the reason was that the Chapter 50 licensing process was allowed to dominate up until today when they finally admitted, all right, you should be considering alternative sites. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just a quick close, just
You
to
have
make
a
the
quarter
point.
of a minute.
What? Okay, I can do it. Pat, this is not about Pat and Mary Radish or Steve Radish or Steve and I. This is really about whether 3823 Santa Claus Lane is appropriate for retail, for cannabis retail. This decision is permanent, excuse me, not perfect. It's permanent, and when traffic and parking are overwhelmed, there will be no recourse.
Thank you. Okay, from the applicant side, it's Mr. Higgins.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Commission. Thank you. My name is Jay Higgins, representing the applicants, and I'm going to try to add some perspective that hopefully will help you today make a tough decision. I don't envy you. You have a very high quality of public comment today, very compelling, and I wouldn't want to be in your chair. But we really want you to be able to focus on this permit and the findings for the permit approval. Chapter 50 is not up for debate today. I got a text during lunch from a client who said, "Good luck today, Jay. This reminds me of the panic of 2019." That is not to say that the public comment and participation in the cannabis program back 3 years was inappropriate. It was very appropriate, and all the comments today have been appropriate. I'll argue a little bit misplaced for your findings for the permit today, though. Your commission, with the help of the industry, has done a great deal of work, and I look back to the meeting that Commissioner Park and Farini hosted with WeWatch to start to address a lot of the misperceptions or the stigmas in the industry. And I see this hearing today as a continuation of that effort. Today in the cannabis marketplace, the opposition has been distilled down to a couple of very few distinct issues, odor being one. We've seen issues and complaints kind of fall away with regard to crime. On this particular property, the property was visited by two members of the Sheriff's Department as part of the SDRC process, and they provided some guidance. So the project has been vetted by law enforcement, and will go back to law enforcement again after this permit process hopefully results in an approval. A couple of specific subjects. The ingress and egress to the property, while a little bit more narrow than some would like, actually meets the code. The width of the driveway needs to be increased if there's more than 25 spaces on the parking lot. We don't meet that qualification. The VMT is not required, as it was mentioned in the staff report, because it was covered in the PIEIR and also pursuant to OPR guidelines. There's a threshold that we don't meet for 50,000 square feet of retail space in the project, and we're well below that. The fair statement from the appellants about moving targets with regard to parking and square footage, but that's what this process is all about. Starting in Chapter 50 with some assumptions, hiring an architect, doing some real measurements of net and gross square footage, and the result is where we are now with parking that meets the code. The whole concept of compatibility as it relates to law enforcement and Kevlar wrapped buildings and armed security guard, those aren't required. And so that's not going to be part of, I don't think that should be part of the assumptions. I live in Upper State Street in Santa Barbara, where we've had lots of comings and goings of what a decade ago was the medical industry with dispensaries, and I'll admit I was very cautious about their presence. And over the years, the dispensary by my home, the State and Ontario, I don't see any issues there. And generally speaking, dispensaries do a great job, and if you've been in one, you are highly managed, babysat, if you will, with regard to the transaction to get you in and out safely. And I have never seen in any of the dispensaries I've been in armed guards, and I don't have x-ray vision, but I don't believe they still have the Kevlar days of old Anthony Wagner stuff. But off track, sorry, try to wrap up. There was an allegation that there were improvements made to the property or the building without permits, somehow making sort of collapsing the nonconformity of the setbacks. That's not true. There's a long list of permitted improvements. Most recently, in 2010 and 11, building permits were issued, and so the project comports to the permit records in the county. And what am I missing? Nope. Eyes glazed over. That's usually how it works with me. I just want to end by saying I appreciate that there's this baseline out there of impacted parking. It doesn't seem fair to hold this project hostage for what is the popularity of other businesses and their lack of parking. They're non-conforming to parking. Sort of doubling the irony is this project is conforming to parking and can meet the parking on site and doesn't have to rely on the right-of-way. The right-of-way issue is sort of red meat for another day, but when the public improvements come through, there will be more and it will be better. All that being said, we also have this voluntary parking on the property right now that can be utilized but not counted. And so I really am hard-pressed to get my arms around that this particular project is about parking when I think it's about the stigma. And I look forward to any comments you have. We would like to end, if you wouldn't mind, staff putting up the TDM that we've, staff approached us a couple weeks ago and said, your SDTMP could use some extra attention. Would you consider helping this project by overcompensating with maybe some extra incentives that help offset peak hour demand? And I would hope that you would give us some feedback on that. We're here today to get this done before you. We do expect appeals to the board and Coastal Commission. This is going to be a long road, so today is important. And if we need to take some time today to augment that which you might want us to do, even though noting we're overcompensating already, the project meets the code, but things like extra incentives for off-peak customer transactions or extra carpooling for employees, noting we already handle this thing on site, but we're open to hearing your comments on that and can come back up and address things that you may want us to pursue. So thank you very much.
All right. Do any of my fellow commissioners have questions of either party? I do of the applicants. Mr. Higgins, do you want to give this a shot?
I'll try, but I may defer to some of the experts.
Okay, this is kind of a softball. Why does your client want to be at that location? And don't just tell me because it got approved by the board. I mean, I want a little more than that. Why? Because they applied for that location, so they must have wanted to be there in the first place.
Well, I'll start. I would like to hand it over to Luis to the retail environment there needs help, not because of the construction, because of the overall marketplace of our retail economy, but also because of what's going on in Santa Claus Lane right now. Having tenants leave, and we need to find tenants that rely on customer interactions that are face-to-face and not online, and that's right now the cannabis industry. So that's one of the reasons, but I'll give it to Luis.
Sure, thank you.
Hello, Planning Commission. I am Luis Castañeda. I'll be the operator on site. Why Carpinteria? It's a very good question. Big answer, too. Just to make it short, the atmosphere, the culture, the passion that you saw everybody on Santa Claus Lane come and express is exactly why we feel we would be a great fit. We care about our community. We care about the public. We care about the children. It's the same thing for us. We want to be the company that's known to be ethically positive. We want to remove the negative stigma from the industry. We want to be the standard. But aside from that, Pat and Mary, a huge inspiration to us. When we first started pursuing this project, it was because their goals and their idea of what a dispensary should be, we already do that. Aside from that, our partnership has been probably 15 years in the working. My partner, Victor Sanchez, his dad actually was a part of the renovating team. When they purchased that building, painted it gray, did all the updates from when they first purchased it, Victor was a part of that. So they're a part of creating Santa Claus Lane to what it is today. Aside from that, Pat and Mary, I think we're all familiar with some of the health things going on. That's what we want to represent. Education, operating the right way, making sure that good products are available to people who really need them. And third, I think the biggest one was the location. We have sufficient parking. We got a third-party consultant to come in and analyze it, make sure it's safe, make sure that we can do exactly what we want to do the right way. No shortcuts, no cutting corners, do it all the right way. That's why we want to be in Carpinteria. Sorry, I get nervous up here.
It's all right. So,
Any other questions?
So the Radices, they own the property, or own a significant piece of it, correct?
Correct.
So that's probably one reason why they want to do it there, is because they own that property and they don't own another property. Is that right?
So in cannabis, there's been a ton of issues when it comes to leasing from landlords. We partnered up with Pat and Mary, and yes, because they own the property, because we can ensure that it's going to be done the right way.
So is there a reason you wouldn't want to be on Villa Real on the other side of the freeway? There's a lot of commercial on that side. From Santa Monica over to the west?
So there's no retail allowed over there, but to be honest with you, this location is the perfect fit for us. What they contribute to the community, what they've done and continue to do, that's what makes this the right location for us.
Okay. Anybody else have any questions? Well, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay.
not for the applicant, but for staff, so I'm
Sure,
not sure.
yeah, that's the next thing we're going to do is,
Okay,
is,
all right.
is questions for staff. So why don't you go ahead and go first?
Thank you. We heard a lot today about parking demand and concerns about parking demand, and I know that the Santa Claus Lane Street Improvement Project is coming down the pike. We saw that, and we saw the bike lane a couple weeks ago. I was under the impression that when the Santa Claus Lane street improvements are completed, there is actually going to be a net addition of parking stalls in the public right-of-way. Is that correct?
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Bradley, that is correct. There will be a net increase once that project is fully constructed. When you look at the site plan associated with that improvement project, there's been some discussion about a reduction in parking directly in front of this property, but in reality, there's just an adjustment of the location of all the different spaces, and so all the way along Santa Claus Lane, there is overall an increase in the number of parking spaces.
Do we know how many?
We are looking that up right now.
We had heard 75
Yeah,
from
that's
one
what
of
I
the
thought,
parties, but I don't know if that's true or not.
That's my understanding as well, that it's
So
75.
over 70, okay. And I understand that they're going to be adjusted because of the design, and, okay, that helps. I think that's all.
Where will they be? Kind of what will that look like, that 75?
Well, I mean, we looked at the plans, and I know there's going to be some across the street, and there's going to be a more efficient layout all the way along the businesses all the way down to the beach, so.
The plans include an adjustment in how the stalls are organized. So there will be diagonal spaces in front of the retail spaces along Santa Claus Lane, and then there will also be parallel spots on the adjacent side of Santa Claus Lane. And so there's a mixture of diagonal spaces and parallel spaces, all depending on what really the overall program needed. And so that's not the project being reviewed today, so I don't want to get too far into the details of that. But essentially, to answer your question, it's an increase of, I believe, 75 parking spaces.
Okay, well, I appreciate it, and we already acted on that, but to me, a lot of today's hearing has been about parking concerns, so I think it's important for us to understand that that's a forthcoming project. Thanks.
Okay. Anyone else have questions for staff? Commissioner Cooney, you with us? I can read your lips, but I can't hear your voice.
Can you hear me now? It's the S.
I can. That's
Yeah.
what you got to say on Zoom. Can you hear me now?
Right. Everybody says that to start.
That's right.
I do have questions of staff, but really they're legal questions. Many raised with the appellants by their counsel. And I just wanted to ask a couple, and maybe it requires some more research. I don't want to put county council on the spot, but we've had so much discussion about the specific right or wrong location. I think we need to know what were the ground rules followed by staff to lead to the zoning administrator's approval of this project. So I understood that council would be available to ask some questions, answer some questions.
You've got two sitting right here, and they're both good. Let's hope they agree. Or maybe not. That'd be entertaining. So go for it. What questions do you have?
So initially, with regard to compatibility, one of the first questions cited section 3577A, the definition of the C1 limited commercial zone. And as was pointed out by Ms. Zimmer, there is language in that provision which indicates that in determining the appropriateness of a C1 use, you're entitled to look at in fact, mandated to look at the compatibility with the surrounding community. And in this case, we have an EDRN, which may or may not be covered by that. So whereas council come down and advising staff as to the appropriateness of us looking at and determining that very important land use issue is not available for us in determining whether this project is appropriate for this location.
Chair and Commissioner Cooney. So that section sets out that for that zone, the allowable uses that are allowed are those that are compatible with neighboring residential land uses. And there's tables somewhere that set out what is allowed in that commercial zone. It's really a general overall purpose statement for that zone. And in terms of the findings that the commission's making, I would recommend concentrating on the findings for the permit in front of you, which I don't believe discuss compatibility. But your commission also has discretion to look into the comprehensive plan and whether the project's consistent with those policies as well.
Okay, so I'm not quite understanding why we don't look at these issues such as it says neighboring residential land uses in order to protect such uses from any negative impacts such as noise, odor, lighting, traffic, or degradation of visual aesthetic values. We're forewarned not to get into that at this point in this project when many of those issues are present here. And we're supposedly acting on the basis of a land use permit.
Chair Park and Commissioners, so to the extent that noise, odor, lighting, traffic, all of those things you listed can be addressed in the comprehensive plan consistency or the findings, that is something the commission can take into account. But this section talks about restricting the allowable uses. And in the limited commercial zone, there are allowable commercial uses. The subsequent sections talk about permitted uses. And to some extent, those, what is allowed in that zone have already been established to be compatible, but your commission still has discretion on the findings for this particular project.
Okay, now I think we're getting close, council, because if we're allowed to discuss the compatibility for a permitted use, but we're not in this case because it was decided somewhere earlier that it was not only principally permitted, as they say, but really so approved at the start that the Planning Commission doesn't have the authority or discretion to decide and find that it isn't. That's my concern. Mr. Higgins indicated a few moments ago that this project is likely to go back to the Board of Supervisors, eventually to the Coastal Commission, where these issues could be resolved. But my concern is the Planning Commission should have a role before it goes on appeal, or if it goes on appeal, or whether it goes on appeal. We should understand that if something's incompatible, we should be able to say so and not make the finding that it is compatible. I think I'm clear, but if I'm wrong on that in terms of the position we're in, that's what I'd really like to hear today.
Mr. Chair and Commissioner, so if the commission wanted to deny this project or condition it, that would be based on being not able to make the listed findings, and this statement about compatibility is not one of the required findings for the permit that's in front of the commission today.
Okay, we agree on that. It's not there, and I'd have trouble making that finding. And you're saying to approve the project, we need not make that finding.
Correct.
Okay, let me ask one other. In terms of the change of tenant, I think that term was used by staff. In other places, it's been like for like, and that was decided with the earlier decisions under that part of our code that led to the nomination of this project as one that has received sufficient authority, so that all we have really left to deal with is issues as to whether there is some problem with parking or traffic or other things that affect land use. And my question is, we were given that advice with respect to the Green Thumbs project, which to me, being where it was, did not implicate all of the policies of the coastal Section 2 projects. So if we're focusing on those issues, I think we'd have more trouble. In other words, does this project, for example, is there sufficient change of use promised by this project, such as bringing more traffic than other retail uses? If there was an In-N-Out burger proposed or a gas station proposed, similarly would bring more traffic. We wouldn't have the ability, because it's located within the coastal zone, to take any closer look at that. Is that the advice we have?
Chair and Commissioner Cooney, are you asking about the commission's discretion over the land use permit sort of after the CEO's office has acted on Chapter 50, or I'm not sure I understand your question.
I think you're close there. Yes, we had another project. It's been referred to the Green Thumbs project by Mr. Higgins. And in that case, we basically were told that long ago made decisions on the shopping center itself, in which the cannabis retail operation was to be placed, were settled. And we weren't able to look at where the shopping center was, or the various details that we normally look at with a new project, because those matters had been settled, and compatibility with the neighbors across the street was not an issue within our discretion, even though that was a legitimate question to ask. So I'm just querying whether the location of this project in the coastal zone makes any difference.
Chair and Commissioner Cooney, so there's different policies applicable here to that project because of the different zoning ordinance and LCU and local coastal plan. So there might be some differences and some different discretion. In that other project, there were existing issues in the shopping center that were separate from the proposed retail use. For this one, you're still looking at the proposed use and whether it complies with the zoning ordinance standards, such as parking requirements. If there's particular policies, we could explore those that you're concerned about. But let me step back. So, in Chapter 50, this applicant was invited to apply for a land use entitlement, the commission still has the same discretion under any permit to approve or deny that. The fact that they've been invited to apply does not change the commission's discretion on this entitlement.
Mr. Chair, may I offer something as well? Because I think I understand what Commissioner Cooney's asking, and that is, I think Ms. Richardson laid it out fairly well. There are different policies in the LCP than there are in the Orcutt Community Plan, but essentially it's the same process. It is a coastal development permit similar to a land use permit, and you measure the project against the standards that are in the code. And the issues that have been raised have been analyzed in terms of, does this project generate more traffic than some other kind of retail use that would be allowed in C1? And I think the evidence that's been presented shows that it does not, that it is similar in nature to the other C1 uses. And so your job as a commission is to look at the appeal issues but the staff's job was to determine, does this meet the standards of the code? And the staff found that it did, and the permit was approved, and now, or it was approved by the ZA, and now it's before the Planning Commission. But it's the same standards that have to be applied that are outlined in the code.
Okay, maybe I can ask you a question then, Director Plowman.
Please.
Where I was getting on this bet had to do with the statement of the appellants that staff did not consider evidence offered by them that there would be a much greater use by this particular C1 project than many other C1 projects. And that could be wrong. There was an indication that our own internal public works traffic people looked at it and said they had enough information. But, if I had listened to what was testified to today, I would really wonder why we didn't go the extra step to get a second opinion. And maybe it would show a difference. There seemed to be a reluctance to go beyond what had been presented by the applicants. Anyhow, I just wonder if that isn't something that is going to raise up in future appeals, and I wanted to be sure we were on solid ground in not doing so.
Sure. Commissioner Cooney, through the chair. So it is my understanding that staff did look at the information, any information that was provided, any evidence that was provided. And it is our policy to go through our Public Works Department, who are really a neutral party in this circumstance. They're not part of this, the assessment as to whether or not this is compatible or meets the zoning ordinance standards. They judge whether or not a project will have an impact with respect to traffic generation. That's their job, that's their profession. And so we used the data that was provided and the analysis that was provided by Public Works, as we do for every project, to determine that this project would not generate substantially more traffic than any one of the other C1 retail uses in that area. And I'd be happy to turn it over to Mr. Seawards or Mr. Dargle if they wanted to expand on that, because they certainly have more detailed information on any evidence that was provided.
I appreciate your answer, and I'd be glad to hear from them as well.
We would just,
Yes, go
Director
ahead.
Plowman said it very eloquently. The applicants provide studies, analysis. If we get more studies and analysis, we always forward those to the Public Works Department. They take a look at all the information they get. They use standard engineering manuals and traffic manuals to make their decisions. So it's all data driven, it's concrete. There's no, it's very factual in nature, and so we rely on their expertise and review, and that is what our recommendation is based on.
That's assuring. The only hesitation I have is not second guessing Public Works, but just hearing information from the appellants that the proposed cannabis retail operation, which sounds like it's going to be one of the best, if not the best, in Santa Barbara County, isn't likely to attract more traffic than the street can handle, at least as it's eventually built out. So I'll just leave it as a lingering question in my mind, and hope we've done all we can. Thank you.
Do any other commissioners have questions? I have one of my own that's very similar to Commissioner Cooney's, but I want to give everybody else a chance. You know, I'm going to ask a very similar question to his, but I'm coming at it from a different way, so bear with me. And part of my problem, for me personally, is there's kind of a hole in my understanding. I understand the LUDC, I think, and I know enough to look at the various community plans and the general plan. I'm not as familiar with Article 2, and I'm certainly not as familiar with the Coastal Act. And the Coastal Act, as we all know, has a whole body of law, appellate court decisions interpreting the Coastal Act. In fact, books have been written about that, right, Ms. Zimmer? And so that's why I'm so ignorant. But when I look at this case, and putting compatibility aside, because I don't know where that standard came up in here. I guess it's coming through C1 or something. Generalizing about the Coastal Commission and the Coastal Act, it looks at coastal areas and visitor serving facilities and things like that, okay? And so I look at this area, I say most of what it has become is visitor serving. You know, I honestly have gone there for over 65 years. I remember riding that little train. I remember the stuffed animals I bought at Kernahan's when they had a little place there. I remember all the different things. And it's always kind of struggled, especially over on the eastern end. There've been all sorts of oddball uses. And really, you look at it now, not necessarily every use there is compatible with visitor serving type things. Mr. Reed's store is kind of there because it's in between, not because it needs to be at the beach. But is there something in the Coastal Act that says we're supposed to look at whether it's consistent with coastal type uses, visitor serving, et cetera? That's the hole that I have, because I can look at this and say it's an odd place to be. It doesn't necessarily fit in by something at the beach. Someday, whether it's next year or 30 years from now, probably every use there will be more oriented to visitor serving things, restaurants and whatnot. We're not there yet, clearly. So that's what I want to know. Is there some law beyond Article 2 that's in the Coastal Act that tells us we look at that sort of consistency of purpose with visitor serving facilities? I told you it'd be a little bit different.
Chair Park and Commissioners, this is a tough one. I'm going to try my best here. The way I look at it is, the coastal zone, they're divided into different zoned areas. And I wouldn't, because, there's agricultural zones, there's residential zones, and I think you could argue that those aren't visitor serving or commercial serving. So, just visitor or coastal access serving. So I think by nature, you look at the zone district and the allowed uses, and the intent of those uses, and then you weigh it against the development standards, and then you look at a project on a project by basis and see if it meets the policies. And so that's how we approach. That's how we would approach that question, if that made sense.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Any other questions of staff?
Mr. Chair, I did want to actually add to that really quickly. So for some historical context as well, this area was originally zoned CH, which is visitor serving, or highway commercial, which is more focused on visitor. And now it's been rezoned to C1, which is limited commercial. So it's not exactly focused on the visitor commercial as much as is kind of what you're describing. So that's a little bit of the history there.
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry to interrupt, but may I just point you to a footnote in our letter that addresses this question?
Excuse me. I didn't say the public hearing is closed, but it is closed. And if one of my commissioners wants to make a request to ask a question of you or something, then I would hear that. But it wouldn't be fair for me to allow you to get up and speak. I'm sorry about that. Mr. Cooney, you have questions of Ms. Zimmer?
I have questions of the process, but Ms. Zimmer has done her best in her presentation to enlighten me, and I was looking for help from council to understand the connection. If she has one footnote that she can say, not testify about, I'll look at it.
Then, may I?
You would like me to let her go forward then?
Just with what she's referring to, yes, it might answer my questions.
Okay, it's footnote 9 on page 4 on my letter of September 2, the letter to your commission. May I read it?
Sure, that'd help me. Thank you.
Okay.
Go ahead. But while you're doing that, I want to allow the applicants to rebut whatever you tell us.
Okay.
Only fair. It's awkward, but it's fair.
Okay, what I said is, while the Coastal Commission takes no position on the merits or demerits of cannabis per se, the Commission's attention to parking conflicts goes back years, even to medical marijuana outlets. The Commission found, quote, none of the potential zones for possible medical marijuana consumer cooperatives are in the beach impact overlay zone. This is San Diego. The area of the coastal zone identified by the LCP as the most sensitive to parking impacts and thus requiring more stringent parking requirements to protect public access. And that was the City of San Diego, LCPA, and you have the reference at the bottom of the footnote. And there's additional. Thank you very much.
Okay. Mr. Higgins, would you mind addressing that right now?
Yeah, I can't promise it won't be awkward. I'm not a lawyer, and but I can tell you, just practically looking at this, we haven't heard an argument that there will be a parking impact. I think there's a lot of anecdotes out there that the parking out there is constrained. Certain times of day, certain seasons, not all year long. We meet what the code requires. We have extra voluntary parking. We have right-of-way parking that's out there. We're as far away as the beach as you can get by one parcel. And we've put into the record a traffic study that, per the code, needs us to analyze level of service, and we've done that. And per the code, there are no impacts. So, thank you.
Okay. Well, now let's go to deliberations. I don't think there's anything else left. And Commissioner Cooney, why don't we start with you? Because it's your district.
It is, Mr. Chair, I would just start out by saying that, and I wish I could be there in person to say this, but the presentations today by the parties, the applicant and the appellants were among the highest and best that I've heard as a commissioner in 18 years of sitting up on that dais where you are. It was very instructive. There was a ton of material submitted by the public, by staff, by the parties, and going through it as many times as I did, I still have a major question as to whether this project is appropriate for the location proposed. I can't see myself voting to approve the project. I would certainly go along with continuation if it brought more enlightenment, but I'm really wondering if it's just like fanning the fire that already exists. So we should just deliberate, vote on this project on the basis of what we have on the record, and if it's appealed, so be it. But I would like to hear how the rest of you feel about the project, and before I commit to my own position.
But it sounded like you said you wouldn't support it right now. Is that correct?
Correct.
Who would like to go next? Okay. Commissioner Martinez,
All right.
you brave soul.
Yes. Well, I'm reflecting upon a lot that happened in the Green Thumb situation in regards to the ability to really question how this location came to be, chosen amongst all the ones that otherwise applied. So I'm not even looking to that. What I was looking to, in particular from just my site visits, was did this parking situation and the concerns regarding it. And I'm reflecting, and I'm going to rely upon just looking and confining my decisions upon what the staff has found, which it meets the parking requirements of sections 35-110 of Article 2. That's the 12 parking. And looking at that, I believe that resolves the parking issue for me. In regards to proposed uses, I'm looking to the findings that this project is not enlarging the building, it's not changing the confines of the building. It's a use that's within the staff's finding that this cannabis use is, or at least for cannabis retail, it's not forbidden in this thing. So right now, my decision is really going to be based upon the facts of that this is for retail use. It's not whether or not it's cannabis, whether it's parking, whether it meets the parking requirements, and that's what I'm going to be looking at. And it's not, it's not changing the form or enlarging the footprint of this building, and that's what I've looked to within this. And I've listened and I've looked at the buildings themselves, and personally I listened to all, but like I've explained to each and every party and even to the general public now, is I've learned that I have to limit myself to that which is in front of me, which are the particular requirements, which is parking, enlarging, and what gives me discretion, and that's what I'm looking to. That would be my statement. Thank you.
Thank you. Very succinct. Are you going to flip a coin, or Commissioner Farini?
Okay. Echoing a little bit of what everybody said so far. Very nice presentations today. One thing today is if you look at the staff we have in this room today, go all the way around the board, they are the best, okay? And that weighs very heavily on my decision. No one in this group that I know makes any decision lightly. They research things, and they connect all the dots. Sometimes we don't feel they're looking at the right dot map. I understand that, but that's the map they have to follow. So what I did not appreciate was hearing the appellant attack staff personally. And I just don't think that's appropriate here. This is a professional group. This is their profession, and they take a lot of pride in what they do. And I just don't think that should come through. I think publicly, the public comment was great. It was very passionate, and I really appreciated it. And it, I think it makes everybody dig in again and take another look. Moving on to the project, one of the staff slides says ordinance compliance. And we've been through all of that today. I don't find any disagreement or anything to take me down a different path there. I agree with their environmental review, and I also agree with their recommended actions. So I would be ready to move forward in support of the project and deny the appeal.
Thank you. Commissioner Bridley.
Well, this has been a very challenging one, and I concur. Our staff is the best, a very, very high level of material from all sides, and it's been a very interesting case. You know, I've gone back and forth about supporting and not supporting this case many times over the last 2 weeks, and after talking to Dr. Ken, and even today. And I try to keep it organized. I appreciate what Commissioner Farini and Martinez said, in that staff has done everything that they should to guide us in terms of the findings we need to make as they interpret the ordinance and our general plan guidelines. However, when I don't agree with the ordinance, and I am concerned because of the public testimony is crying for something more, then it puts me in a real box. Then I have to work extra hard to find a way around the good work you already did. And that's kind of where I'm falling. However, I'm not there yet, because that's why I asked, what is the Santa Claus Lane project going to do? If you're going to have another 72 net increase of parking on that lane, I'm not worried about the size of the driveway width. I'm not worried about the function of the space inside the building. I'm certainly not worried about the traffic generation, because it could be a Starbucks or a Mesa Burger and have as high a rate as what we have here with the cannabis dispensary. So that is the function of a C1 or a C2 in other jurisdictions. It's a variety of uses that complement each other, and they ebb and flow. So given all of staff's guidance, I think I'm probably falling on the side of actually support. You know what? I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it because of all the public testimony I heard. So I could go either way, honestly, and maybe I'll wait to vote until after I hear my good soul John Parkes speak, because I can also find a way to weave through some findings to say that I can make the findings, 2 of these findings, because I don't believe it meets with the intent of the C1 zone district in terms of compatibility with, other areas in the neighborhood. So I'm completely in the middle. That doesn't help. Sorry, John, but the vote's not taken yet.
That's okay.
Oh, and also, one footnote I have to say is I find this so ironic on so many levels, because all of the appellant's issues are talking about, impact to parking and impact to existing tenants, yet the appellant doesn't even have any on-site parking, and the applicant is coming in meeting code with the 12 spaces. They both have the UPRR, maybe, hopefully, sort of year to year. So I don't take that very kindly either. However, I'm Little District 2. I am in the urban area of this county. I, lived and worked, and my husband built parking garages in the city of Santa Barbara so that you don't have any on-site parking in a more urban area. Now, this isn't an urban area, but I'm a lot more relaxed about parking in terms of serving a whole block or a whole neighborhood or a whole city. And so, but I just feel like that is highly ironic, that we have an appellant that has a higher deficiency, much higher than the cannabis store is ever going to have, and yet that's the primary issue that they're bringing up. So that doesn't make me happy either, and now I think that maybe I'll actually approve it. Sorry, honest.
Wait, what did I just hear? No, did I just hear that you said you do support it after all?
Yeah, good.
Okay, all right. Okay. So which is it? You would support the appeal or the project? You're not sure? Okay. Well, thank you for your clarification. As much as I want to tease Commissioner Bridley, I'm in about the same place that she is. And so I want to run through some impressions I have that maybe will help educate others, or at least help educate me. There's a big picture we need to look at here on the cannabis industry. We voted on a statewide basis to have a cannabis industry, a legal one, and we voted through our representatives to have one in a prominent position in this county. A real problem for the legal cannabis industry is having sufficient retailers. And they don't exist. They don't exist statewide, and they certainly don't exist in this county. And there's a consequence to that. I can remember not too long ago riding my horse out in the Shumash wilderness and encountering an illegal cannabis grow and thinking, I really don't want to see this kind of thing, not without a lupara on my back and a sling. I think about that. I don't want to see our illegal cannabis industry succeed. I want to see our legal cannabis industry succeed because we voted for it. But illegal cannabis growth is now higher than it was before we voted under Prop whatever it was to legalize cannabis, and that's a concern. If we don't have retail, then people are going to not buy at legal retail places. They'll buy it on the black market. And it's an issue. It's something we have to take seriously, that we need some retail for cannabis. That's my big picture point. Getting onto the C1 definition and what it means, that's a very interesting point, because some of you who want to be I told you so's would tell me that with respect to the homestay ordinance, I've looked at the word harmony, I think it's not compatibility, that's in there on the intent portion, and argued that that's in a sense a development standard, and I actually do still believe that. Here in C1, I don't think anyone intended compatibility to be a development standard for any project that touches on a C1 zone. Can you imagine every hot dog stand, every 7-Eleven, every gas station, every anything that dealt with a commercial zone, we would now be making the same finding requirements you have for CUPs. I don't think anyone has ever intended that. That's there to show that there's an intention to have uses that are compatible with neighborhoods, and then the code goes on to list what those uses are. So in a sense, the people that adopted the code section said, we are striving to have compatible uses for neighborhoods, and these are what they are. We've made that determination. That's a legislative determination, not a quasi-judicial one that we would make here. So I think it was interesting the argument was brought up, but I don't think that the reference to this as a C1 zone imports a compatibility requirement. I'm not really sure where there would otherwise be a compatibility requirement. If you follow these hearings, I'm like a bloodhound. I'm always sniffing out compatibility to find a way to argue it's in there or know it's there or not. And I'm not seeing it this time or smelling it if I'm a bloodhound. Parking. This is a really interesting question. And as long as this hearing is taken, it could take 3 times as long to go over how the parking will work. I think there are some bedrock facts, though, and that is at some point in time when this is built out, there's going to be 70-plus parking spaces. And so the area as a whole, Padero Lane will have parking. And the places that suffer the most right now are the Padero Grill and Dr. Kent's properties. Because it's true, you can drive in there and not find any parking spaces. But they'll benefit the most from the parking spaces that'll be out to the west. And so there will be more parking. Parking here, this is on the eastern end. They've got their own lot. There's a tweak on that I'd like to see. That helps. The truth is, if there was any other use of that commercial property, it might have a larger parking impact on the neighborhood. If it was another restaurant, the people aren't going to come for 3 minutes and leave. they're going to come for an hour and a half. If it's a store, you want them to stay and shop and spend money, they might be there half an hour. I'm just kind of going over things, but one could argue that this is actually least impactful of parking demands in the area than any other use in that spot. So I'm not real sure that there's a parking issue that determines this. Is this the right place? This is getting more to my gut feeling about this. Is it the right place for this kind of a use? Like I said, I've been looking at that area for 65 years, and it's struggled a lot. And it's kind of struggling now, and I don't know why. I don't think it'll always be struggling. I'm an optimistic person, and I think in just a few years, people will be vying for every space there, and they'll be pushing out some of the retail stores because they'll be looking for services that or even retail stores that serve the people that are coming to the beach. Okay, and that'll happen. That's just sort of a natural process. I don't know how it affects this project exactly. If this was a shopping center, and I think about this stuff because I represented shopping centers a long time, shopping centers, you're looking for tenants that are all kind of helpful to each other. I mean, if I have this kind of store and I have this kind of store, then more people want to come. And again, that tells me, gosh, this kind of visitor serving area, probably every use ought to be some sort of a visitor serving thing. And so I think, is this cannabis dispensary something like that? And I think not really. So I'm not sure it really fits. Of course, I'm not sure what that really matters because it's not a shopping center and I'm not managing that shopping center. It's an aggregation of private property owners. The Radices own this property. That's one reason they would want to have it there. They own it and they want to make the best of it they can. And that's kind of how America works right now. And on that issue of is it the right place, my feeling it's not really the right place, then we got to talk about where else it would be. And amazingly, I didn't hear anyone today talk about that. You talked about everything else, but no one talked about where else it should be. Actually, that's a question for staff. Does it have to be in the Toro Canyon Plan area, this 1 out of 6?
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, the specific locations within the community plans is derived from Chapter 50. Within Chapter 35, it's allowed within multiple different zone districts.
Yeah.
So it could be located really in any of those zone districts in which it's allowed. So that's really a question that I would take to the CEO's office because that's something that's under the Chapter 50.
Well, that's kind of the way I saw it too, that we don't, at this level, the Planning Commission, we don't have to go find a spot in the Toro Canyon area. We don't have to find 1 of 6. We can, in fact, just completely deny it or approve it under the relevant land use codes and policies. But I still think it's worth asking where else, at least rhetorically, because before I would say it's absolutely in the wrong place, I'd have to say, where else would it be? And you know, since there is no dispensary between Santa Barbara and Oxnard, there ought to be one somewhere in this area. And it probably would be better it's in Santa Barbara County, at least for Santa Barbara County residents. And if you look at other places, okay, should it be in Montecito? Now, we saw a slide there that talked about how wealthy white Montecito people don't want it there. But you know, the folks that live near this project, and I don't mean this to disparage you, tend to be wealthy white people. Okay, it's one place or another. If you went to Montecito and said Coast Village, that's where they have commercial over in the shopping center in San Ysidro Road in East Valley, you're gonna have all the same parking issues. You're gonna have all the same neighborhood opposition. If you go to Summerlin, Summerlin has a history of speaking out, its citizens do, and there would be tremendous opposition there, although one could argue with Summerlin's history, that's just where it should be. But be a problem. City of Carpenter Rio doesn't want it. I might argue, well, maybe it ought to be, as I questioned earlier over on Via Real, you know, where there's Kim's and there's some gas stations and all this and that, and the old Reef Hotel and so forth. But, you know, that's where folks with less income than those folks that live near Santa Claus Lane live. And I'm not really comfortable saying, well, if we have something we don't like, let's put it where the low-income people live and where they go to stores and so forth. And so I don't think that's necessarily an answer. So there's really not an answer. And so now my question about is it in the right place begins to feel kind of like a NIMBY concern. And I have to look at who else has looked at this. You know, the Planning Commission is independent, rightfully so. That's part of the process. But if it feels a little arrogant on my part to be asking after a hearing of this duration, where should it be and why it shouldn't be here. Because a lot of people with acting in good faith, you might say it's political, you might say it's this, have really explored this question. The board did that. They talked to a lot of people informally, formally, whatever process, spent a lot of time thinking about it. Who am I to say that the board was unwise, but I am wise. And so I have the answer of where it should be, and they weren't taking it seriously. That doesn't feel right to me, even though I generally don't have any compunctions about saying something differently than the board does with my independence. But here, I'm not sure I want to go that far, to look for a way to say this was the wrong place for this and therefore deny it. I've certainly asked staff and anyone else, is there some law that helps me out here? And I'm not getting there. I'd have to look on my own, and if Commissioner Cooney wanted to continue this so he'd check it out further, I'd be for it. But otherwise, I'm kind of in that same position as Commissioner Bradley, but for a different reason maybe, that I'm on the knife's edge. Okay, anybody else want to say anything? Now that I've exhausted all the air in the room? Okay. Are we ready for a break? Yes. 10 minutes. Okay, we're resuming our afternoon session of our indecisiveness so far, but we're getting there. We've had round one of our deliberations, now we're going to have round two, and so hopefully somebody will make a motion. I have thought about what I want to say in round two, but I'm glad to defer to any other commissioner who would like to speak first. Anybody? Commissioner Cooney, do you want to? Or should I go ahead and speak about it?
Say that I had a chance to reread the findings during the last break, and I will not be making a motion to approve the project. I would be making a motion to deny the project. Rather than do that, I'll defer to one of the commissioners who's in favor of approving the project.
Okay. Let me speak up a little bit here. It's tough to be on the fence, especially when you see merit to both sides, as I do. I'm thinking about message to the board, because this will not be the last word. The board will be the last word. I mean, we often think that, but we know it here. I want the members of the Board of Supervisors to have the most open possible minds about this. And I think that if I vote no and say you folks were wrong, then that could be perceived to be somewhat offensive. On the other hand, if I vote for the project and that both respects and honors what the board has already done and ask them to take another look at it. And given the fact that I'm not seeing a compatibility requirement here that gives us more discretion than we already have, and given the fact that I don't see parking problems that can't be mitigated further than they are, then I can support the project with some tweaks, and I'm going to tell you what they are. On parking, we have a condition that is based on what the applicant suggested in their proposed project description of 4 spaces allocated to cannabis only. Yet when we, out of 12, yet when we saw the slide, and I can't remember whose it was, that showed on the vertical axis the hours of the day, and on the horizontal axis it showed different uses within the building. Essentially, during most of the day, they were projected there would be 7 spaces used for the cannabis and 5 for the architect's office and whatever else. So I do not believe that 4 spaces allocated strictly to cannabis out of the 12 is enough. I think that probably the right number is 6, okay, because it's half, and that 6 would be not including the handicap space, because the handicap space needs to be available to whoever is handicapped and is using any of the facilities in the building, whether it's cannabis or not. So I would support this if that change is made, either by condition or project description, to 6 being allocated for cannabis only, cannabis users only, and that would exclude the handicap. And I am also in support of the applicant's request that their hours be from 9 o'clock to 9 o'clock. I think that will actually make the parking situation work better for everyone, because there will be users that around 9 o'clock could be on their way to work or close to work going there. There would be people late at night going there, and that will make hopefully less people that will be making parking demand in their intermediate hours. So I see no reason to oppose the 9 to 9 and see good reason to do it. So at this point, because I have to make a decision, I would support the project with those changes: 9 to 9 and 6 allocated spaces, not including handicap for the cannabis.
Great ideas. One thing on the the parking requirement is, I wonder if you would consider somehow, I don't really like signs, but they're helpful. There's times when that parking demand might change, so like in the evening or something. I don't know, John. You want to just make it a hard 6, or you got room to go down to 5, or what do you got there?
I'm just about at the limit of my thinking for the day. So I'm sorry. I'm comfortable with where I was.
I'm sorry, Chair Park, where, I must have missed it, where is this, the 4 for the cannabis store and 7 for somewhere else? Is that in?
It's in the staff report, and then I asked a question about it of, I think, Mr. Connor, and he confirmed that that is what it says. In fact, you might recall I asked, did that number 4 come from staff's determination or from the applicant? And Mr. Connor said it came from the applicant.
Okay, because I thought it was like, 11 or 12 for the whole property together, not that it's going to be split up, signed accordingly.
I can quickly walk through the parking arrangement and what's in the staff report. So the all existing and proposed uses for the site require 12 parking spaces. Of that, 4 spaces pursuant to condition 31 of the CDP, as well as within the project description, would be dedicated to the cannabis retail shop itself. So what Chair Park has suggested would be a change to the project description as well as to condition number 31 to increase the dedicated spaces for the cannabis retail from 4 spaces to 6 spaces.
Okay, and that doesn't cause any of the other uses to be deficient. The problem is, I guess, okay.
That's correct. The total number of spaces based on the calculation of square footage that would be required for the cannabis uses is 8.
Okay, thank you. I'd support that. In fact, I'll second that motion. Is that a motion? I don't want to make the motion.
Because I'm the chair, and I should not make motions. You should.
I'm going to get tarred and feathered down at the Polo Club. Okay, I'll make a motion to actually move with staff's recommendation.
Chair.
Yes? I mean,
I'm thinking, sorry. I'm understanding that there's a concurrence with the commission. So before we make the motion, it might be helpful for staff to frame the changes so that the motion maker could include those in the motion. Or we could amend that and put it on the slide. I'm throwing it out as a olive branch maybe to help. Because we want to make sure we capture the 6 to make sure it's condition 31 and reflected in the project description, as well as the hours. I think that's a project description component as well. So we just want to make sure that we're touching all the right components in the motion, which would be as revised today. So we can take a 3-minute break, or we can frame it for you right now and you could make the motion.
Which would you prefer?
I would prefer a 3-minute break. Sorry, I was gonna say Your Honor, but Chair.
As you should.
5 minutes.
gone now, or virtually everybody, and so we have the whole area to ourselves. It's really nice.
Okay, we're back on the air.
Looks like they're back.
Good.
Okay, your 3 minutes are up, Mr. Wilson.
Thank you, Chair. And Commissioners, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Dargle, and he'll walk through the changes in the conditions and the project description, and then we'd recommend inviting the applicant to come up and concur with the changes to the project description, and then we did make some changes to the recommended action, so I can put those up on the screen. So Chair, if you would like, we'll have Mr. Dargle walk through the changes.
Okay. Mr. Dargle, go for it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. As you can see on the screen, we've modified portions of the project description text as well as Condition 31. So I'll go ahead and begin with Condition 31 as it relates to designated parking. So as you can see, it originally included 4 on-site parking spaces, and that was for employees of Roots. So we've modified that to allow to require 6 on-site parking spaces designated for employees and customers. And so all changes have been in strikeout and underline, as you can see. Now down below in the project description text, the reference to the 4 parking spaces dedicated is also located in the project description, so we've updated that language as well. And then also the hours of operation have been modified. Instead of being from 10 a.m. to 8 p.m., it is now 9 a.m. to 9 p.m.
Let me ask, I hope that signage doesn't imply to customers that they can only park in that 6, and then they go out and park in the front. I hadn't even thought of including customers, frankly, because I figure they're mostly going to park in front or wherever, and I want them to use whatever spaces are available in the whole place. So I'm not sure that adding in customers helps.
Mr. Chair, the issue that we see with adjusting the number of parking spaces that have dedicated signs is that the STDMP acknowledges that there will be a maximum of 5 employees on site at any given time. So then you would essentially lose a parking space if 6 are then dedicated to employees. So I think it makes sense to allow that for all Roots employees and customers.
Well, I think the applicants can figure out how to do their signage so it fits with what we're talking about. They'd want to do that anyway. All right, that looks to cover my concerns. Any other commissioners want to speak to these changes? And let me call up one of the applicants' representatives to see what they think about us modifying their project description.
Mr. Chair, looks good to us. Thank you.
Okay. All right, you ready to make your motion? Whoever's going to do it.
Ready.
Go ahead, Commissioner Freeney.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I'd like to make the, have a, start over. Okay, there we are. Okay, make the motion to deny the appeal and follow staff's recommended actions as appeared on page 22 of their presentation, accepting changes made to Condition 31 and the project description text as was just displayed before us.
And is there a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you. Any further deliberations on this motion as made? Commissioner Cooney?
Mr. Chair, if I could just mention before the vote, I'll be voting no on the basis of inability to make the findings of approval, specifically finding 1.1 and 2.12.
Anything else? Are we ready to vote? Then, Mr. Villalobos, can you conduct the roll call vote?
Commissioner Cooney,
No.
Commissioner Bradley,
Yes.
Commissioner Farini,
Yes.
Commissioner Martinez,
Yes.
Chair Park.
Aye.
Motion passes 4-1.
Okay, do we have any other business today?
Chair Park and Commissioners, that concludes our business for today.
See, aren't you glad you didn't spend 2 hours looking at Crown Castle's telephone bill and make everybody wait? Sure. Okay, well, the meeting is adjourned. And thank you all. This is